Hello. Welcome to the third day of the Future Architecture Creative Exchange 2021. My name is Matevž and I'm the founder and the program director of the Future Architecture platform. So in the third day, we will talk about building equality. We will talk about human rights related to architecture. There's a right to have a home, the right to the public space, the right to participate in decision making. Architecture can bring hope. It can bring care, it can bring solidarity. Architecture can fight poverty, inequality, housing shortages. It can help decolonizing social relations. I'm very happy to start this day with Marie-Louise Richards, a very interesting guest that is an architect, lecturer, and researcher. She works at the Royal Institute of Art in Stockholm. Her work explores invisibility as embodiment, a critical strategy, and a spatial category through methods of architectural and artistic practice, through curatorial practice, and through writing. Marie-Louise Richards, welcome with us in Future Architecture.
Hello. Thank you so much for that wonderful introduction. I will begin to share my screen with you. Hang on. There we go. Thank you so much for having me today. In response to the question of building equality, that is the headline for today, I would like to call back to the emergence of university departments devoted to women's studies and Black studies in the United States and how they were born out of student and faculty activism. I would like to trace back to these times, and it's from here that certain lines stem, perspectives that have been omitted from history. And whereas we may take these fields of studies for granted today, I believe it's critical to remember how they were rooted in the social mass movements of the late 1960s, happening not only in the United States, but all across the world as colonized countries fought for independence from imperial colonialism, or where native and minority groups of class, ethnicity, gender, and sexuality were fighting for civil rights, social justice, and sexual liberation and equal rights. During those extraordinary times, university became battlegrounds for these fields of study. In 1968, students of San Francisco State College went on strike for 5 months. It's the longest strike by students at an academic institution in US history. They were protesting the perpetual Eurocentric lens on their education, and their demands included the establishment of an autonomous department for Black studies. However, it became important, or it becomes important, to note the numbers to understand the scope of engagement and its impact. At San Francisco State, 80% of the student body supported the strike, as well as a large part of the faculty. And where it might have originated with the Black students on campus, the majority of students, independent of ethnic background, came together in the struggle to found the field. The battle they waged was multiracial, seeing Black studies as the first step in a wider-ranging agenda for educational, economic, and social equality. And their demands therefore also came to include the establishment, in addition to Black studies, of departments devoted to American Indigenous studies, Asian American studies, and La Raza studies within a college of ethnic studies. They were also calling for more faculty of color and more representation of students of color on campus. However, to call for diversity meant that these demands reflected a recognition of the value for the diverse intellectual traditions and cultural expressions of scholars, activists, and artists of color and indigenous people throughout the United States. And make no mistake, the struggle was violent. All protesters, students, and faculty of all ethnic backgrounds did put themselves on the line. And many were arrested. Some arrests led to time spent in jail for up to 30 days or more. In the end, however, the personal and professional sacrifices and their persistence in their beliefs led to the creation of the first department of Black Studies within a College of Ethnic Studies in the country. A precedent followed shortly after by Berkeley. And following the founding of the Department of Black Studies at San Francisco State, 200 new programs, just like it, were set to start within the next 12 months around the country. 2 years after the protest at San Francisco State College, the first women's studies program in the United States was established at San Diego State College. Before the establishment of this program, departments for women's studies and funding for those who wanted to teach women's studies classes did exist, but to a very limited extent. Most were held by word of mouth and free of charge. And in the case of the demand for Black studies, the claim of women's studies was that knowledge was political. The way in which it answered to current challenges often depends on one's perspective. And to acknowledge the need to ask questions, not only about what is taught, but what is left out. Women's studies also distinguishes itself by claiming that the personal was political. And the whole idea of women's studies is to make visible what has been invisible and to make conscious what has been overlooked and silenced. The way in which the field grew out of the political realities of women's lives, in women's studies, theory and practice should go hand in hand. Education should be about transformation and not just about reiterating what is already known. Moreover, the aim to introducing a feminist pedagogy was for it to always run counter to the objective and the rational ways in which university traditionally looks at research and knowledge. In women's studies classes, teachers do not claim to be the only expert. Students' voices do count for a lot. So in response to the social climate at the time, these struggles and others were founded on the need for academic fields that moved in new directions and an urgency for other imaginations and therefore also other possible futures to draw upon methods across disciplines. Blurring lines never before crossed by placing lived and embodied experience at the center of study. It is a shift that became crucial. These new fields call for the centering of multiple viewpoints as means to reconfigure knowledge systems, while at the same time challenging the boundaries of traditional received conceptual frames of reference and perspectives. This made it possible for knowledge to develop in a plurality of directions. What these struggles had sought to acknowledge was that the systemic disparity of social location between the ones who speak and the ones who are spoken for has a powerful effect on the content of what is said and by extension, its meaning. The unspoken premise here, as critical theorist Linda Alcoff succinctly puts it, is simply that a speaker's location is epistemically salient. To not only conceive of knowledge in terms of who it is for and by whom it's created, but also for where, was a radical approach in knowledge production at the time, and in many ways it still is. Not only do we need to ask why, but if we also ask where, the question of space to emerge, and alongside with it, the need to ask what it means if the question of voice and lived embodied experience is put at the core of how we think about the discipline the practice, and the history of architecture. What is the landscape that comes into view? In an article in the Swedish Architects Union journal, Arkitekten, from October 2016, the results of a survey published that focus on the social imbalance within architecture education. It showed that of all first-year students at the School of Architecture in Sweden, 87% were from families where the parents had an academic background of more than 3 years of study. In other words, 9 students out of every 10. By way of comparison of all first-year students in Swedish universities, 38% had parents with academic credentials. This makes the School of Architecture one of the most socially economically homogeneous educations that lead to a professional degree in the country, surpassing even medicine or law. I would argue that these statistics suggest something quite simple to acknowledge, but challenging to fully comprehend. To study to become an architect is for the vast majority an opportunity that is not only earned, but inherited. There are exceptions, of course, but even though architectural education is showing more diversity, broadening recruitment became a government requirement for all schools of higher learning in Sweden in the year 2000. But very few of the students that do not come from the same middle-class background as their peers complete their studies and graduate. Even fewer stay and excel within the profession. The studies that have followed up on these crucial facts are scarce, so we are only left to speculate on the reasons. So what should we make of this? I would like us to consider architecture as a culture, an approach that the architect and theorist Dana Koff discusses in the chapter The Making of an Architect in her ethnography, Architecture, the Story of Practice from 1991. Focusing on the everyday life of architects in the US, their situated actions, as well as what architects say and the meanings they construct, she demonstrates that this culture of practice does not only originate in knowledge acquired in and through education, but also in routine actions based on experience through the various stages of an architect's education and career. By looking closely at what architects do, she offers insight in what appears normal or self-evident to us architects. She reveals what it means to transform from a non-architect into an architect, reflecting upon strategies of legitimization and on how practices are justified, even though some of them produce and reproduce conditions that could be questionable to the field of architecture itself. And Koff invites us to consider how becoming an architect is beyond gaining expert knowledge, also a matter of values and beliefs. The way in which architects legitimize their work and actions and how this system of meaning is translated into the formation of networks that range internationally is also related to the language and other cultural codes that are passed down within education itself. 7 years after graduating from architecture school, I returned to university as a postgraduate student in an interdisciplinary course on architecture and art here in Stockholm. I had been away from the traditional environment of architecture education for all those years, although I had been teaching since leaving school. However, my teaching engagement had focused predominantly on critical studies in architecture alongside interdisciplinary and experimental approaches and contexts. But here, in this class, I was faced again with the judgment of material pinned to a wall, the pin-up crit. A well-known and widely published professor from an esteemed graduate school in the US was invited to critique us on the work we had produced. I had not been in the presence of the kind of authority our guest embodied since the days of my own architectural training, I didn't think anything of it first. I was actually kind of excited. And this was a familiar situation for me. After all, the education of architects is structured around this mode of learning, the work being produced in the studio and then being judged, often quite harshly, by practitioners and professors from around the world. In this crit, I became aware of something. I began to access language and movements I had forgotten I knew how to do. Attitudes that I had forgotten how to express, and it was an out-of-body experience. The way I sat in my chair and the way I would raise my body and move over to the material pinned to the wall, study it and sit back down in my seat, the words I spoke and the way I spoke them, the way in which the space of the pinnacle crypt and the situation created by the architectural critique reactivated a dormant script within me, a script that I began to unconsciously access and then proceed to embody. I was following some form of direction that I've learned previously. And I realized that if I was to make myself heard and be taken seriously, I had to perform. And perhaps a more important realization was in knowing exactly how to perform, how to be granted validation. In approaching the practice of knowledge production and legitimization in architecture from a cultural perspective, and by recalling my own coming of awareness through this out-of-body experience, I have come to recognize that what architecture education really teaches you is this performance. I confronted it by staying close to my own body. The language, the codes of conduct, and ways of expressing a set of values were the lessons that I would have to learn. This was the skill I had to master in order to pass through the education and to earn the degree. In Notes Towards a Politics of Location, the poet and scholar Adrian Rice recognizes locations as maps upon or within which she has been created and where she creates. She also sees these places as histories. She asks the reader to examine where they themselves were created. Critically, she asks them not to begin with a continent, a country, or a house, but to start with the geography closest to themselves, their own body. She challenges the reader to locate the ground from which they speak. Being with the material of her own body, she confronts herself with the particularities of the fact of her race and her gender, not her gender and her race. In recalling that her body first entered the world in a segregated hospital, she recognizes that she was defined by race before she was defined as female, and that this was to be a lifelong fact. The politics of location begins with her own body, but also begins with understanding that her own body has more than one identity. Living a life being viewed and treated on the accounts of her race first and foremost, and secondly by her gender, she was located by color and gender, but the implication of both appear mystified. The assumptions of racial and gender-based divisions are based on the notion that such divisions are neutral or natural, and not as binaries that are social constructs composed of two parts that are framed as absolute and unchanging opposites. That reflects the integration of these oppositional ideas that structures our society. To locate herself in her own body means more than understanding what it means to be a woman. It's also about understanding and recognizing the places that her skin has taken her and the place that it has not. In coming to an awareness of how I came to embody what I believed was expected of me in order to be validated and heard, I learned to acquire the architectural modes presented to me through architectural education. In the process of learning them, however, have I erased others? In being a good student who strives to achieve the cultural prestige of architectural being, thinking, and doing, had I come to reject other modes I have carried with me into education? If so, would I even be able to identify what those were? How different was my education from all other aspects of my life? What scripts have I been directed to perform? And of what have I come to reject and erase? Probing the issue of erasure can make space for a broader discussion on value, of what is validated and of what is ignored. It calls into question the principle that sustain current dominant bands of knowledge, as well as understandings and expectation of what a society should be like, how social subjects should behave, and what bodies they should inhabit. But it's also a question of what knowledge is for and who benefits from it. What kinds of knowledge and understandings are encouraged and which are devalued, silenced, or simply not supported? If we follow Adrian Rice's approach to begin with the material, not only our bodies, but also their voices, and by that I mean the knowledge they speak, then we also need to consider bodies as geographies shaped by histories of colonialism. We can think of these histories not only as something that we pass through or leave behind, but as lines that connect us to our present. Sara Ahmed writes, "To follow lines is to follow direction." I think of these as narratives, passed down over time as inheritance, which affects all, but they are returned differently depending on how these narratives press upon our bodies and give them shape. Our present is affected by a moment when the meaning of the cry and the statement, "I can't breathe," refers to both the COVID pandemic and to the eternal struggle for Black lives to matter. The vulnerabilities are palpable. This grasp for breath is a struggle that we face collectively, but if we pay close enough attention, we can understand that we do not face it equally. Our daily experiences are affected by colonial legacies, we know this, but the ways in which we situate ourselves within them make some more vulnerable than others. And to care for vulnerabilities is work. This is a fact that has obscured the ways in which care is one of the most exploited and invisible forms of labor, historically performed by women and marginalized minorities. In these ways, labors of care have been thought of as inherently natural and therefore taken for granted as means to support performances that are rewarded in the economy our societies are organized around. Paying close attention to our vulnerabilities, ourselves, our own and others, their complexities and unequal distributions, allow us to consider the effective labor in the care that is required to reimagine future practices. What does it mean to place the materials of the body at the center of architecture education? Being with the material, my own body, also perhaps means being out of line with the lines that demarcate the boundaries of discipline and therefore presents a risk not only personally and professionally, but also socially and politically. To start with the body takes vulnerability as a point of departure, devoting special attention to the devalued, to that which has been forgotten, ignored, unnoticed, or unseen. What if we were to reimagine these as critical positions of subversion and empowerment? Women's studies and Black studies formed new fields of inquiry and reflection, since questions of identity and power fell outside the bounds of discipline. These fields formed entirely new subject matters that sought to develop a reflective critical consciousness, not only with the goal to inform, but also to transform what one knows and how one knows it. And therefore is the kind of transformation that requires both a personal and structural approach and offers the potential of reconstruction as means to heal erasure, to heal what has been previously rejected so that it can hold new significance and possibility. It also brings to the fore the creation and shaping of a history and discipline in which the body has often been referred to in the abstract or as universal. Far from all bodies that pass through the field of architecture necessarily fits the discipline's own frame of reference. Understanding can help us acknowledge that narrow frames of reference leave architects and architecture with an even narrower perspective. This is the location from which I speak. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, Marie-Louise.
Thank you.
Thank you, Marie-Louise. Since we have a couple of minutes more, can I ask you a question?
Of course.
Yeah. A lot of what you said was related to education. What do you think? How can we make some advance in architectural education? What should be the most critical steps that are needed to be done now?
Oh, well, it's a good question. I think a lot of things are being done. I think so many exciting things are happening in architecture education since I myself went to school. I think there's an urgency to have this finely calibrated response to what is going on in society and take our time with some of the most challenging and most stressful questions that we're facing and to probe deeply into them and try to fully understand them, to not really shy away to what is difficult to talk about.
Thank you. Thank you for being with us today and keep in touch with future architecture. Now we are going to take a 15-minute break. During the break, you can rewatch the video presentations of this year's ideas and listen to some music. And after that, we are again splitting to 3 sessions. And today, the first session is the feminist session, which will be moderated by Irena Lehkoživova from Viper Gallery in Prague and Michal Duda from Museum of Architecture in Wrocław. And they will be joined by Franny O'Toole from Chicago, by Edit Collective from London, and by Femark Collective from Berlin. The second session is De-Colonizers session. It will be moderated by Ana Ramos, director of the Mies van der Rohe Foundation from Barcelona, and Bekim Ramku, director of Kosovo Architectural Foundation. And they will talk to fellows Menna Agha, Mário Barros, and Diogo Henriques from Aalborg, and to Juan del Cerro, Zabert, a team from Barcelona, and another team from Barcelona, Carlos Lanuza, and the project of Borders of Care. The third session is New Politics session, moderated by César Reyes Nayera from dpr-barcelona, and he will talk to the team of Nomaos from Delft, to the team who made a proposal on Conchinas Alterinas from Zurich and Dessau, and to Alexander Auris from Brussels. See you in 15 minutes.
Somos o Santos Collective, uma entidade coletiva sem fins lucrativos, formada por comerciantes do bairro de Santos Velho, em Lisboa, com o objetivo de ajudar a nossa comunidade com iniciativas sociais. A nossa ideia surgiu como reação aos problemas em que vivemos em comunidade.
Moje ime je Nina, dobrodošli u moj dom. Ovo je moja obitelj, 2 mačke, 18 biljki, 300 knjiga i ostali predmeti. Dio sam ženskog dizajnerskog kolektiva Oaza iz Zagreba. Svojom praksom borimo se protiv ustaljenih normi promišljanja, surađujući horizontalno, saznati željom. U nastavku slijedi fragmentalna prezentacija ideje, narativi prostora u filmu.
Ну, а санаториум премиум — это сообщество людей, которым не безразличны санатории, интересно тратить свои выходные на то, чтобы посещать их, изучать их, обсуждать их, проводить время в этом контексте. Это Инстаграм, где появляется самый разный, но всегда посвященный санаториям контент. Вот, и это попытка наладить вот эту связь нас и санаториев.
We are an office. 我们是不定型小组。
我是方肖阳。
丁思琪。
庄元培。
我们来自中国，成立于美国纽约。
我们关注空间体系中的不确定性、
矛盾性、
双关性，在项目看不见的景观中，
我们希望展现温室城市化与光合殖民的不同维度与侧面，
重审生态种植业中多面的自然与人性。
Materia Prima es un proyecto crítico de investigación que nace a partir de la asociación de la extracción intensiva de materiales del subsuelo y la transformación de esta materia en aquello que llamamos arquitectura.
Registra la pérdida y transformación del territorio, este constante uso y desuso de los materiales, además de visibilizar el impacto de la industria extractivista y las radicales transformaciones causadas por sus gigantescos procedimientos mecánicos.
Afro-Futures nació a distancia y tiene carácter ubicuo y digital. Aunque los 4 somos de Las Palmas, la movilidad ha sido una constante estos últimos años. En ninguno de nuestros proyectos hemos conseguido trabajar todos en el mismo lugar y al mismo tiempo. Este proyecto nace del deseo de juntarnos y celebrar, porque ni los directos de Instagram son iguales que un concierto, ni las reuniones por Zoom pueden sustituir el acto de juntarse y salir a la calle.
Hi, I'm Gili Korzewski. And I'm Rosario Talevi.
We are 2 of 6 founding members of the Soft Agency Collective.
Surrounding us today, you see the site of the Floating University, a nature culture learning site in Berlin.
We're going to tell you a little bit more about Climate Care, which is a festival we initiated here in 2019.
Jmenuji se Magdalena Havlová, jsem architektka žijící a působící v Praze, kde se kromě své vlastní praxe věnuji doktorandskému studiu na Akademii výtvarných umění. Ve své práci se zabývám typologií architektury obecně prospěšného bydlení, její historií a jejím budoucím vývojem. Pro platformu Future Architecture bych chtěla realizovat projekt, který blíže reflektuje úlohu poloveřejných prostor právě těchto obecních a družstevních domů.
Jeg heter Anna-Ulrik Andersen, norsk arkitekturhistoriker og filmskaper. Jeg har en PhD fra De Bartlet og jobber som forsker på et prosjekt ved Universitetet i Oxford som handler om helse, velferd og arkitektur. Men det prosjektet som jeg meldte på Future Architecture, det et sideprosjekt som på en måte har fått utvikle seg litt parallelt med andre ting jeg driver med. Og det heter The Architecture of Chronic Illness.
Colectivo.cis somos una cooperativa de urbanistas, sociólogas y arquitectas que trabajamos desde el 2005 repensando los espacios desde una perspectiva feminista e interseccional, que tiene en cuenta la diversidad de necesidades de todas las personas. Durante estos años hemos trabajado en más de 150 pueblos y ciudades del mundo, incorporando la voz de las personas a través de la participación y la acción comunitaria. Nuestro objetivo es transformar los espacios poniendo la sostenibilidad y los cuidados en el centro de las decisiones urbanas.
Hola, benvinguts a l'Oasi. L'Àlborg, l'Eduarda, Sergio i jo vam formar equip al màster habilitant de l'Escola d'Arquitectura del Vallès per desenvolupar el projecte de reordenació de les lleres del riu Llobregat al seu pas per aquest municipi, per Sallent. Les inquietuds dels 4 ens van portar a voler donar resposta a l'encàrrec amb la restauració paisatgística d'aquest espai on em trobo ara. Una àrea fortament transformada per un passat industrial que segueix encara aquí latent.
Jag heter Erika Henriksson och är en arkitekt från Norrbotten i Sverige som för tillfället bor i Norge. Just nu sitter jag och skriver på min praktikbaserade PhD som beskriver hur praktiken arkiterapi bildades genom ett undersökande byggprojekt som inleddes som ett samarbete mellan mig och 2 personer boende på en rehabiliteringsklinik. Och i nästa del kommer jag att presentera arkiterapi tillsammans med videomaterial från projektet som praktiken tagit form genom.
Hi, we're Sonic Acts of Noticing. Our team is comprised of 2 architectural designers and educators, a sound artist and 2 web design researchers.
We come together with our overlapping interests to explore the potential of foregrounding the sonic in the creation of emancipatory spaces.
Our project deploys listening as a critical spatial practice. It has been developed in response to the question, how can we find and amplify acts of care on the high street?
Здравейте! Казвам се Моника Маринова, занимавам се с архитектура, дипломирах се в Манчестър и Лондон Metropolitan University. В момента работя и живея в Бургас. Проектът, който ще видите представен в следващото видео, изследва социалния аспект на архитектурата и е награден с Young Talent Architecture Award на Европейския съюз. По-подробно, проектът изследва възможността на архитектурата да ни обединява като общество и чрез дизайна на околната среда да възпитава в нас добра етика, социална загриженост и обществена сплотеност.
Bonjour, nous sommes David Dautelonde et Vendry Marchais, architectes et cofondateurs de l'atelier Senzu, agence d'architecture basée à Paris. Nous explorons les nouvelles manières de penser et de faire le projet dans un contexte contemporain en profonde mutation, pour préfigurer un futur qui soit plus désirable à travers un enjeu principal, celui de l'éducation.
En réponse au sujet Landscape of Care, nous avons souhaité présenter les multiples relations qui existent entre architecture et pédagogie et comment elles s'influencent l'une et l'autre.
Hallo, mijn naam is Willem. Ik ben sinds 2 jaar afgestudeerd als architect en ik woon en werk hier in Brussel. In 2018 ben ik met een aantal collega-studenten naar Ayacucho in Peru getrokken om onderzoek te doen naar de manier waarop de stad Ayacucho minder waterafhankelijk kan worden en hoe circulaire waterinfrastructuur eigenlijk deel kan worden van het stedelijk weefsel en van het publieke landschap. En op die manier een gedeelde cultuur rond water kan doen ontstaan.
Hi, we are Puzzle, a collective of young and enthusiastic architects from North Macedonia, launched in 2018. This is the team: Adelina Fazer, Sanja Avramoska, Irena Damianoska, Brankica Dogazenska, and Valbona Fazer. We are sharing with you Back to Nature.
My name is Franny, and my mom and I co-wrote a manual for mothers with acquired disabilities. The manual is designed specifically for the folder that patients receive upon discharge from a rehabilitation center, offering first-person, home-based tactical design strategies for hemiplegics like my mom, who might receive training on independent living, but who actually find themselves responsible for many types of care. The manual is divided into 4 parts: the floor, the drawers, what we're calling the background, and the street. The following video starts with the floor, providing diagrams and a glimpse at how we narrate the manual, hyphening the perspective of a mother and her daughter.
We are Alberta Lauritsen, Alice Meyer, Sejal Tank, Sophie Williams, Hanna Rosenberg, and Marianna Janovic, and we are EDIT, Feminist Design Collective. We focus on the enduring biases and hierarchies embedded into the environments surrounding us. Our approach uses design as a tool to support more equal interactions, both during the design process and as the outcome of the finished project.
Biz FemArk kolektifi, kesişimsel projeler üzerinde çalışan bir grup kadın mimarız.
On vit toutes à Berlin, mais on vient de contextes divers et nos centres d'intérêt sont différents.
Der F-Walk ist ein laufender Prozess, für den wir die Vielfalt subjektiver Raumerfahrungen und unterschiedlicher Zugangsmöglichkeiten zu Raum dokumentieren und diese auf eine körperbetonte Art vermitteln.
My name is Diogo, Portuguese architect living in Bristol. Here, a statue of a slave trader was thrown into the harbor. This is one of our digital archive stories.
Hi, I'm Anna. I'm an artist and I'm the mother of an Afro-European girl.
My name is Mário. I'm an African European designer. I have family all across Europe.
Hola, soy Jorgelina Zabert.
Yo soy Juan González del Cerro, ambos argentinos, y estamos detrás del proyecto Minorities y Metropolis. Jorgelina es diseñadora, yo director de arte, y ambos compartimos interés por la fotografía. Nos conocimos en Barcelona, casualmente en el barrio del Raval.
Comenzamos registrando las peluquerías que nos cautivaron por la estética que las caracteriza y acabamos descubriendo una gran comunidad con fuertes lazos solidarios y gran apoyo entre sí.
Hola a todos, soy Carlos Lanuza, ganador de la Writing Grand Final de esta edición de Future Architecture con la propuesta Borders of Cares. La idea nace de una obsesión sobre las continuas agresiones de fronteras que cometemos cada día en la búsqueda de nuevas maneras de sentir o vivir, y cómo la arquitectura puede ser un medio para satisfacer o impedir estos movimientos. Es un tema que pone en valor otra manera de ver la arquitectura y trasladable a múltiples formatos.
Hello, nice to meet you online. My name is Rohe. Together with this team of artists and designers in the Netherlands, Russia and UK, from 2019, we have been exploring the ways in which art and artistic research could inform urban development through looking at landscapes.
Hola, I'm Gabriela, a Peruvian architect and design researcher. The plural landscapes of food systems, their politics and ecologies are the framework of my design practice.
Ahlan, I'm Mayar, a Swiss Egyptian design researcher, currently focusing on food and cooking as a medium to create spaces of exchange and communal reflection. Cocinas Alterinos, or Alton kitchens, only scratches the surface of the endless possibilities of kitchens as spaces of care, resilience, and resistance. Care to join us?
Hello, I'm Alexander Auris. I'm a Peruvian architect living and working in Brussels for 2 years. The idea that I present this year for Future Architecture platform is called Queer Commons, and it's a research method for queer spaces in the city. This method has been tested in Berlin, and now I'm gonna show you some of my process of this project. Thank you.
Just to the just a general question to the MAL team. Should we start here or and I think that there's no introduction. I think we should start with the introduction and inviting the other participants.
Hello, Natasha here from MAL.
Hi, Natasha.
Hi, I think we can start.
Yeah?
So you can start with the panel, yes.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
So I think, Anna, you'll start first.
Hi, how are you? Nice to see you, Bekim. So let's get started. I was expecting for kind of an introduction. I misunderstood some instructions. So hi, hello everyone. This is Ana Ramos. I greet the audience for being here. You are all welcome to this live discussion session, De-Colonizers, as part of the Building Equality program today within the Landscapes of Care Creative Exchange 2021 of this future architecture platform. Bekim, can you introduce us yourself and the rest?
First and foremost, I have to thank Mal for this amazing event and thank the DJ for some really, really nice music. So hi to all of the Mal team and all the FA partners. So as Anna said, I'm going to introduce the fellows we're going to hold this session with. And they come from 3 different ideas. The first one is the Afro-Futures in European Enclaves, represented by Menna Agha, Mário Barros, and Diogo Henriques from Aalborg, Denmark. Hi, Diego. The second one is Minorities in Metropolis, by Juan del Cerro and Zabert from Barcelona. Hi, Juan. And Borders of Care by Carlos Lanuza Jarquín, if I'm not mistaken, from Barcelona, Spain. So thank you all for joining us. I'm going to shortly introduce also, firstly, the Kosovo Architecture Foundation and the festival, and then Anna will introduce the Mies Foundation. So we're both one of the founding members of the Future Architecture Platform. We're part of it from the beginning, and I may speak for CAF. We're in a way blessed with every year with inviting future architecture fellows to the festival, because they really contribute so much to the exchange of knowledge and ideas with the local and regional young creatives. This year our theme, as every year we have a theme, this year our theme is alternation, which we in a way have, it has a dual meaning. The first one being alternation beat of our built environment, and the second one is more contextual to Kosovo as being the youngest country in Europe. We're putting in front this theme of altering a nation. So how do you alter a nation, which a very young nation, which maybe didn't turn out to be as quite expected. Like we expected a better state, a better environment for living. So how do we kind of take from young creatives from the FA and bring those ideas to Kosovo? So our where we see the engagement of the FA fellows is that we're looking for ideas that could be replicated in Kosovo, that could be kind of inspiring for younger generations, but also the current state to kind of alter the country for better. So this is for CAF. Now, Anna, please.
Hi, this is Ana Ramos. I'm the director of the Fundació Mies van der Rohe in Barcelona, and I'm speaking you from our lovely Barcelona pavilion. So it's a pity that we cannot be in Ljubljana this year, but luckily we have this internet thing that helps us being together. The Mies van der Rohe Foundation has been engaged since almost the very beginning in the Future Architecture platform, and we are especially happy to contribute with the winners of the Young Talent Architecture Award, which is the youngest branch of the European Union Prize for Contemporary Architecture, Mies van der Rohe Award. It's an award, this category is for diploma projects, and the winners of the YTAA edition are invited to be part of the Future Architecture Platform Fellows. So that's one of our ways to engage. And the other one is by inviting 5 fellows of the Future Architecture Platform to take part in the Barcelona Architecture Week's activities. This year, our Architecture Week will go from 6th to 16th May, and we will invite a number of fellows to take part in our debate series, which will be online and on-site, We will try to host it here for those who can afford to be here, or, you know, like due to mobility restrictions, and who cannot be here will follow or will participate online. So we will have these fellows from the FAP in conversation with local architects, which have been involved either in the YTAA or either in the EU Mies Award nominations. So we try to keep the conversation open between the two programs, but that will happen in May. We are now here with these these three ideas represented by 4 people. To get started, I would like to remind everyone that the information is available in Future Architecture rooms and in the Future Architecture platform archive of ideas. So everyone, I invite everyone, if you have not done yet, to go through the ideas of our fellows here today and read about it and look at the amazing videos they have also prepared for this. But to get started, I will ask Diogo if you could introduce yourself and your colleagues a little bit, and also tell us about the Afro-Futures in European enclaves.
Yes. So hello everyone. Very happy to be in here. My name is Diogo and I'm based in Bristol. And the other team members is Mário, who is based in Aalborg, but unfortunately cannot be here. Initially, the idea was with Menna, that she's based in Brussels, but now in Egypt. So she could also not be here. And for the video, we were helped by Anna, and she's also in Aalborg. We are a group of creatives with multiple personal and professional relationships with Africa, African communities, culture, heritage, and migration. We started this collective project because we felt the need to document the unseen richness of Afro-European stories and networks and increase their representation in European architecture institutions. Beyond the digital archive and the book collection that we started this project with, we are acting upon the collected information through design, art, and architectural media. The project shows dynamics of solidarity and collective self-organization and informal networks of trust, developing alternative African-European futures.
That sounds super inspiring. You really made me, yeah. I think it's a very interesting and serious approach, the one you're conducting. We will later talk about it, but I'm really looking forward knowing more about your proposal. I will jump now to Juan González de Cerro and Jorgelina Zabert, who are based in Barcelona, if I'm not wrong, but are not Catalan. So please tell us about you and your ideas.
Hello, everyone.
Hello, everyone.
I'm Juan, and with Jorgelina, we start with this project about minorities in Metropolis. We are both from Argentina, but we coincidentally met in El Raval in Barcelona. El Raval is a neighborhood in Barcelona. And we decided to start, like, by chance. We were walking around the neighborhood, and we had our cameras with us, and we saw a scene in a barbershop who caught our eyes, and we decided to get in, and like we started to talk with one of the barbers, and after that we decided to, like, we keep walking around, and we saw like many of that barbershops, and we decided to, okay, what happened here? Why there are a lot of Pakistanis guys in this area? So at the beginning was like not a strong idea, but then with future architecture we make like a strong project, and we decided to go deeply in the idea, and
Yes, what we discovered after something that started spontaneously, it was like there was a very strong community and laces that were working together, conforming this society where we also are part of, but at the same time we are very different communities with very strong cultural habits, and this is what was very interesting for us, because the Rabat in particular is a very cosmopolitan, very diverse in enriching cultures. And yeah, we discovered that there was like the original landscape of the neighborhood. It's transformed by the many cultures and the many countries that are living in this quarter. So yeah, as the photography was the tool we had in our hands to develop and to do all this investigation process.
Thank you, Juan and Jorgelina. It is really, I really recommend everyone to go through the images because it's, and the video especially, it's an incredible collection of images. It is real. It is, I can say it, all these amazing spots within the city, which are colonies within a colony, We will later talk about it. And it's happening in the Raval in Barcelona, but I guess we could find, and maybe that's a question for later, we could probably find very similar human geography and statics everywhere in Europe, yeah, yes. And in other countries, in other continents. But yeah, it was lovely. And now I don't change neighborhood because we will speak still about the Raval, but 1 century ago, because this neighborhood was exactly this canalla, and I don't know the English name for that. Maybe I will later think of. It was really a place to be also back in 1920. So please, Carlos, can you tell us about you and about your idea project?
Yes, I'm Carlos. I'm from Nicaragua, actually. I've been living in Barcelona for 12 years. I have a PhD in architecture, and I'm also an interior designer. And I write for Jarquín. I'm a contributor to Jarquín. That's a Mexican architectural magazine. And I've been doing that for several years now. So the idea behind Borders of Cares is both a personal and a professional obsession I have about the transgression we commit every day in order to look for care, actually. I think if we reduce everything that we do, I think it's about caring and being cared for. I took Madame Petit, which was a very famous brothel in a Barrio Chino. I don't know, for those who don't know, Barrio Chino is the same Raval. Raval was called Barrio Chino in the last century, during the last century. So I took Madame Petit as a harsh, provocative example of what it means to be crossing borders every day. Not only physically, but morally and affective, and in various contexts. How a building can convey different meanings about architecture, not only about walls and windows. I mean, architecture goes beyond that. And it can be a mean to satisfy or deny this crossing of borders. So I think that Madame Petit amplifies as an example of all these things that are recurring for me, crossing borders. And for me, it's great because it's curious how a building can be both seen as a place of sin and crime and filthy, and for others can be seen as a place of care, so comradeship. So I think that architecture is it's a great way to see it. In a way, it tries to go beyond the perspective of just physical encounters or borders. So,
yeah, it's very interesting. All your statement about how, depending what are you looking for, you are ready to cross some borders, and how sometimes you are not ready or you don't want. So it's so It's so subjective, this about borders. Very interesting conversation. Yeah, so Bekim,
I'll take over now.
Yeah.
Yeah, so taking on what you kind of presented, your ideas, just to continue on that with Carlos. It's a set of questions, so bear with me. If you forget any of them, just let me know. So why did you come up with this idea? Is there a concrete story or experience from your professional life, either negative or positive, that made you present this idea? And how has this affected the work that you do?
Actually, it's funny to be in this session because just as Anna says, two of the three projects are based on Barcelona, related to Barcelona, and I think it's great because it's some sort of echoes or mirrors about the same subject, and also Afro-Futures. It's also related to. So it began as I said before, as a personal, professional obsession. It started 2 or 3 years ago. I was trying to write an article about my Mies van der Rohe pavilion, actually. The thing is that Mies van der Rohe pavilion was built in 1929, and it was built just as a mean of representation for the German government. And it was an empty building. It served just for one thing, and then it was destroyed, but it actually kind of changed the face of architecture. And then you have in the same year, in the same period, you have Madame Petite. And Madame Petite was actually like a representation of the social layers and environment Barcelona. So on the one hand, you have like a building that changed the face of architecture, and it's known and perceived as a shrine, maybe, if you call it that way. On the other hand, you have a building that actually had the power to get together all layers of society. It was a melting pot. It even got its own currency. I mean, when has that happened before? And it's really nice to pay attention to those situations, because it takes me to one of the key points that I actually trying to express, not only as Madame Petite and Mies van der Rohe's pavilion, but of the discourse that architecture has implemented for so many years. I mean, for one side, we have this elitist discourse about architecture among architects. And on the other hand, I think that this discourse has neglected, architecture has neglected the other kind of spaces that has also existed and that has had an importance for the people in the city. So I think it's architectural discourse has been kind of autist. There's a lack of communications between the architectural environment and the society as well. And trying to respond to the second question quickly, I think that what we write, what we say, and how we think change the way the way we see things. It changed reality for us. So I think it's really important to understand that or to see different layers of the same things to be able to be empathic about everything. And how we perceive things, and it modifies what we see, but it also modifies us. So we need to be prepared and to make the right questions to understand what we're doing as architects and as part of the society too. And so that, yeah.
Thanks so much, Carlos. The same questions goes for Juan and Rogelina. Do you want me to read them again, or you're okay?
No, it's okay.
Okay.
So as Juan said before, how we came up with this idea, it was something more casual. It was something that caught our eyes in that certain moment, like walking around with our cameras in Rabat. In my personal experience, my first time I arrived to Barcelona, the first place I walked around, it was Rabat. And I asked to myself, I am in Spain or what? I mean, it was really a transforming experience. After that, I did a master that I was based also in Rabat. So I get to know really deep the neighborhood. And so for us, it was like that, an experience of going around and to be a bit aware of what was going on around us in the neighborhood. And we saw this barber shop. We decided to come in because it was amazing, like the TV on with Bollywood scenes. Then some friends waiting there. Then they were talking, they were doing a video call, they were taking a haircut. Everything is like very bright colors. And it was, I don't know, something interesting for us to capture, to investigate. So we decided to start to go around and to talk to the people, to register their places. And at some point we said, okay, I mean, there is something really in common with all these barbershops we are going. I mean, we could see that there was a network, very strong links and solidarity links. We saw one people in one barbershop, then the same person in the other barbershop. And it was something that, okay, we are seeing here like a social dynamic. And at the same time, we are both immigrants, let's say, in Barcelona. So for us,
Yes.
It was interesting from the point that we are also foreigners living in the city. And so how we see, let's say, as a mirror, how other communities settle in the city and they develop their lives in the city. And yeah, this is a little bit how it started. So for us, in our professional life, we do both photography, but it's not the main, let's say, periodistic photography. It's not our main field, but it's one that we are very interested about discovering. So this was for us very interesting to work on. And it was funny because when we started showing the pictures that we did, our friends were like, are you in India? Are you in Pakistan? Where are you? It's like, no, we are in Barcelona. So it was very interesting from that point of view. And how it did affect it to our work. I mean, at some point, it's something that we got, let's say, hungry about. Like, we want to always have more material. We want to get engaged with new communities. At the same time, we have in mind and very other different projects that are related to different communities also based in Barcelona. So it's somehow something that we really want to, let's say, keep on doing. It gives us some sort of life.
Is that me?
Yeah.
Yes, Diego, please go ahead.
Okay. So I have always seen photos and because in Portugal, most of our parents were either in colonial war or in Africa, so there was a big connection with Africa. So my grandfather was born in Zaire, and of course from the side of the colonizers, not the side of the local people. And in Lisbon, there is a very strong link with the African culture. So I lived in neighborhoods where there was also dance and music from Africa everywhere. It's still very strong. I lived some time in Barcelona too, and I remember in Ronda Sant Antoni, these dancing parties of African people. There are also there. And more recently, I was in Hong Kong, where I saw the protests of Hong Kong. And when I moved to Bristol, the Black Lives Matter protest. And this, there was I don't know if you knew the story, that there was this statue of Edward Colston, that was a 17th century slave trader, that was, the statue was toppled down and thrown into the Bristol harbor, like they did it normally with slaves in the ships. And in here, there was already a very complicated process with the statue involving public space that is still happening now, a discussion that is very interesting, and I'm documenting it. It's one of our digital stories. This somehow influenced this this process that we saw that with this pandemic and with all these protests happening worldwide, there was a need of more collective engagement of several people, and we were working individually. And I started inviting other people to come. So initially Menna, and then also Mário, and now Anna, and eventually a network of several people that are working in Europe with connections to Africa, to get together in a collective to raise more awareness of these African communities and what they are doing. I think I answered more or less to the three questions.
Yeah, you're. Thank you, Diogo. Thank you all of you for the development of your first steps on this field that you're working. So now that you are now experts in each of your fields.
Yes.
What are the societal challenges that you see? I mean, you have all kind of analyzed or gathered images or actions or projects, or you now know a lot. No, you have the information, but now what are the social problems you see, or what are the social solutions you see in your? And this is an open question, so please feel free to answer and interact.
Who wants to start?
Yes, please.
So for me, and being a foreigner, so when I lived in Hong Kong and even in Barcelona sometimes, and here in UK definitely, I felt many times being the other, like a foreigner, a stranger, speaking different languages, and in Hong Kong, thinking in a completely different way. So I started seeing that it's very important to see the other and to understand other cultures that are living also in European cities. And then how can we involve this hybrid spectrum of cultures that is already happening here in Europe in design and in architecture, and here I'm thinking not only in this kind of participatory processes with the communities that I think is very important, but also in design and architecture education, and so raising awareness in the profession, and then bringing up more representation of people from different cultures at the architectural discourse. I'm studying, so my research has been in urban visions and in participatory processes, and many times we gather data from the participatory process, but then we develop the projects without the real people, the inhabitants, and I think this has to change now, especially with the pandemics, the protests, with these climate and societal challenges that are happening in Europe at a very fast rate and speed.
Yeah, sure. Jorgelina, Carlos. Yeah, Jorgelina, please.
For me, for us, I think one of the clue words I would say is awareness. I mean, for us, one of the main challenges with our projects is to disclose the hidden mechanisms of a society. It's to, even though some layers of the society are unseen, for us, one of the main objectives is to help to visualize and to show things that maybe are not easily seen or not paid attention to, because this does not mean that it's not there. It's just the fact that we are not looking there. We are not paying attention to that. And also, since we are also immigrants, it's like, okay, we see that we are not alone, and also we consider somehow privileged immigrants living in the city,
yes,
in difference from another people from other places. So for us, it's more like we want to get involved in a social way to help the rest of the people and the communities to raise them, you know. Yeah, I mean, it's that. I think we had in our hands the opportunity to help to be civilized and to be aware of.
Yeah, I think we're all in the same tone. Because what I'm going to say is very similar to what somebody already said. But I think it's really important how we relate to architecture. It's probably the vehicle between all the proposals, and beyond architecture, how we relate to others and to our context. And for that, I think it's really important. And something I missed before is that Borders of Chaos is the outcome of Borders of Chaos is going to be a book. I won the writing grant of dpr-barcelona, dpr. And I think that new narratives have to be constructed in order to understand and to be understood too, because how we relate with others, it has to do in how we think. I know I'm probably repeating myself, but I think it's really important how we express architecture and how architecture is perceived for others. And yeah, I think it's about how we relate within the context in where we are, and especially now, because everything that we do affects us and affects the other. And it's a very urgent thing to really understand, because everything we do is a political act. And if we are not aware of that, we're going to be lost or continue being lost. So yeah, it's new narratives and new ways of seeing things.
Yeah, good. I would wrap up what you've seen with what you've said. It's mostly like visibility, awareness, and narrative, which it's clearly super important.
Yeah, I would like to add also the fact that even though our view is more social, what we consider is that every community based in a city, it's transforming automatically the landscape of the space. I mean, so it won't be the same without these communities, you know. And even more, this is really, really visible in Raval, because it's a place where you can see the merge of many different cultures living together. So having the architecture through this project this is what we see, that it's the landscape is transformed by all these communities living together in this space now.
Yeah, that I will now, because we are planning to have questions from the audience at the end, but I will now introduce a question which came in because I think it fits in this moment, because we're talking about how the others, if I can use this term that's been here, other cultures coming to Europe are transforming our landscapes. But we have a question about the opposite. The question is, I would like to hear some reflections about architecture and decolonization in relation to privilege. For example, the societal privilege of architecture as a discipline and profession. Power and other forces that the export and internationalization of Western architecture cultures has enforced for centuries. So we are facing in what's happening in our cities in Europe, but how are we as European affecting outside? Do you have some reflection on there, or what we have had in the past? You already mentioned the slave traders, of course, Diogo, which is something we should talk long in many European bourgeois families, but about the architecture itself and the export of European architecture to other continents. And how has this affected cities? Do you have some background, or would you like to share something? Maybe Diogo, in Hong Kong, you could see something, or maybe in Argentina or Nicaragua. I mean.
Yes. So Juan, Jorgelina, do you want to say something, or I say? So the colonization of the world was very linked with architecture. So in every colony, the colonizers would do their own buildings to mark their territories. And this was many times do with neoclassical architecture, with special types of architecture that were very related to power and power structures. And the history of architecture has traditionally shown only importance to the Western architecture, and the architectures of the world have been neglected for many, many years. So this is a discourse that should start to enter in schools, in curriculum, in histories, and this is to take many time to do this. To undo all the hurt that colonization did in the world will also take a lot of time. And I believe it's also our task from the people of Europe, involving not only the colonized communities, but also the ancient colonizers and everyone. So everyone should be involved. And I would say that this process is still happening. And I don't know, Bekim, if I can put this on. But this process that happened in Yugoslavia and all these clashes between cultures, it's still a struggle that is happening nowadays in several countries, in several cities. So this is not something of the past. It's still happening today, right?
I think I think it's a part of a systemic problem we have in the talking nowadays. I think it's true what has been said, but nowadays it's a systemic problem we have in the architecture universities, because the way architecture is taught now, I think in general, there might be some exceptions, is to follow a model where there's an important figure that you have to be or you want to be, and the rest is important, but it's not that important. What is important is that your name is it's right up and everybody can see it, and all the architecture students are looking for that. And I think that it's something that's been said already so many times, but I think that architecture students and architecture schools are still on the same path, teaching the same way has been for so many years, and I think it has affected a lot the way we perceive architecture and the way the society sees us, because the role of architect has changed a lot for the last, I don't know, 50 years, 100 years. And that take me back to the thing that how architecture is a way of colonizing. When you see all these big firms developing projects in Hong Kong or Mexico or Barcelona, doing the same things, no matter what the context is or no matter what the needs of the city are.
International style.
Well, you can call it whatever you want. I mean, I don't know if there's an international style like that. And right now, I think it's a capitalist system of architecture, because it's all about selling things. I mean, it's so perverted to me right now, and it's a really personal view, how architecture has changed. It's like mode for fashion, for example. I don't know, do you have people that's already dead, but their names is being used just to sell things? And no matter how it's in back, architecture is happening the same with big firms where there's no the people who fund it, but her name in this case has been used to sell architecture and to colonize in a way perspectives and landscapes too of architecture. So it's pretty scary when you see it that way, because we are the responsibles of all this, and architecture schools are in the spot, and something has to be done about that. So yeah,
it's great,
to use this privilege.
Yeah, great to have you here, and great to have this platform like the Future Architecture platform. So at least we can try to deliver a message to whoever wants to listen. Bekim, the floor is yours now to follow.
So yeah, this is an open question again to all the teams. Now that you have heard about your insights and your ideas and experiences, where do you see tensions between your viewpoints, and where do you see common ground to start action from? Who would like to start?
Good question.
Carlos, it's you.
That's a good question. I think we're very lucky, the three projects, the three proposals now, because we're the last ones. We've seen what other people have said, and it's really interesting to see all these inspiring, interesting ideas, and I think all of them are intertwined in a way, somehow. And I don't know what I see tensions all the way. I mean, to me, the thing I have, talking about my personal point of view, is I have to take a step back and see all the proposals in order to try to catch up a narrative to explain all of them and to analyze what the future architecture platform is trying to say, because there are tensions all over the place. The thing is, I think that all the proposals is trying to look at a different future, trying to have a different approach about architecture. And I don't have a specific subject right now where we can have a specific or a concrete example, but yeah, I don't know. Probably Angelina or Juan has something to say.
Well, from my point of view, it's funny though, because you see tensions and I see many points in common. I personally, when I saw your proposals, I thought like, okay, I think we are kind of talking of the same thing, but analyzing it from a different point of view, let's say, of analyzing we did this work with the barbershops and also the Afro-European communities, and you did the Madame Petit work of Borders of Care. So for me, it was very, I don't know, funny, because we all were talking about the same thing, but theme, let's say, but with a different analysis. So I believe that we are all trying to say, we are all trying to communicate awareness, visibility, inclusiveness. So yeah, this is what I see in common with all the projects. Of course, if we go very deep and specific, there definitely will be tensions and difference among them, but I think like an overall analysis, if I have to do it, I see these common points, but like very strong and clear common points.
I'm sorry, and I just have to say that, yeah, it's funny a lot, the thing about Raval or Prishtina and Madame Petit, how Madame Petit was a little building that got together so many different layers of society, but then in Raval, actually, it is still doing the same thing. I walk almost every day through Raval, and you can see everything, and you can see probably not rich people, but a lot of cultures, a lot of people from different backgrounds, artists, labor people, I don't know, people, businessmen, cultural agents. You have the Filmoteca there, have a lot of museums. And how at the end, Madame Petit can be a reflection of different things. It's just an example, an epitome to represent something that I'm trying to say, but it can be actually translated to a bigger scale, which can be the neighborhood, to even a continent that might be Europe with the Afro-Futures. So it's always the same. What I'm trying to say is that the Borders of Care, we're trying to always to trespass something in order to get something. And in this trespassing, we're affecting us and affecting the other one. And it has something to do with the Afro-Futures and how people are always in the need to do something else in order to be taken care of or be aware of. Yeah.
No, when you say Borders of Cares, automatically came into my mind one of the last time I went to visit the barbershops. And yeah, he was telling me like the people from Pakistan or India went there, the people that have just arrived to the city, because they could speak in the same language, they could help each other, they could ask questions. And this is a border of care, you know, because it's somehow they are getting together to help each other and to help each other to raise, let's say, in their life living there, and to have let's say a good landing and start their new life beginning in the city.
And that has a representation in the city. I mean, the street changes, they have their own aesthetic, and it's we can see it, and we have
it's visible.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So I'll see it, how I view a possible common ground to start actions is that not only the future architecture is already doing this, that is to show this variation of different perspectives of what is happening in Europe, but also cultural institutions, the partners of the future architecture can also do this. So increase the visibility, not only of these urban spaces that already exist, like you are saying, the Raval, that is a great example of inclusion, but also perhaps other examples here. Bristol is also a great example of inclusion, but maybe also on the discourse. So how can we, creatives and cultural institutions, create a discourse that communicates this inclusion and tries to build this inclusion with the communities that we are studying, and perhaps with others too.
Yeah, Diogo, that's I thank you for putting it on our shoulders, because that's really something we all have to be committed, and we all have to do and reanalyze what we do. And if we can always kind of, look at ourselves and try to do better. And clearly, well, there are many things that here have been said, but it's very important, this architecture or non-architecture sphere. Yes. So it's architecture from non-architects and urban public spaces, but without urbanists, and how spaces are created by non-architects. But if we architects learn from it, or if we engage within those processes, we can provide an even better solutions. Yes. And because Bristol or Barcelona, if some neighborhoods are examples of good inclusiveness, is also because of some urban designers that have been working on that, and that has also to be mentioned, because then is when we have the best output. So those are this helps me introducing a little bit the next step, because we institutions, we have to, and then as you know, the European Union, as the mother of all the institutions, is trying to embrace this project of creating a more beautiful, more sustainable, and more inclusive future for all of us. Yeah, and each of us can propose and can have ideas, and all of us should have an opinion and a voice, and try to use the opportunity to send a message to the European Union. As you know, this Future Architecture Platform is a EU-funded program which aims to provide visibility and networking. And at the same time, we now have the opportunity to make our voice be heard. So in your opinion, Juan and Jorgelina, for instance, based in your ideas and experiences, and if you could kind of give, you have mentioned some ways we could act to improve, but what should be what should we pay attention to if we want this inspiring future to happen?
Well, I personally think I believe I'm repeating myself constantly because I would say it's inclusiveness, no? It's awareness. So I see this is one of the ways of doing this sustainable future more inclusive, no? It's like to pay attention not to what it's around me, like, let's say, that resonate more with myself, but also to see the others in the same place where I'm living, no? I don't know, I personally think, I think with Juan, we think the same, we have the same thinking. It's like through photography and audiovisual material, we have the opportunity to help to visualize all these layers and unseen layers, and not only with the Raval and the Pakistani community, but also with other many communities that are in the city and that also are, let's say, they have even less benefits, that they have a very strong, let's say, reality in the everyday life. So if somehow we can, with our visual work, help to make the rest of the society, including us, more aware about this and to change the way we see them, because it's something that belongs to the everyday landscape of a city. But if I don't really pay attention in a empathic way or being aware of the other, it could be just part of the landscape, but I'm not like resonating with that reality. I don't know.
Great. So we should not leave any community behind nor unseen. I have I before asking the other colleagues about their message for the European Union, before I forgot to pass you, Jorgelina and Juan, a question from the audience. They are wondering if you are exploring other minorities in the same city, maybe, or in other cities of the world. So are you working with other minoritarian groups, and are you going to monitor them? Or
so we had this project before the confinement that we started to write some ideas and to think about it, and we did a first intervention, but then we were in lockdown. It's related to the African community that it's living in the city that picks all the metal. It's their everyday life work. It's a way to win the money to eat. We also have a very close friend from Senegal that we met him selling bracelets on the beach, and then we have this very strong friendship nowadays, and we help him to find better opportunities in the city. So every time we were in touch with all this, we were like, okay, we need to somehow help these people to have a better life. Why we have these opportunities and why they don't have them, this is what it's crazy, because at the end we are all humans, no matter the skin color, no matter the nationality, we're all humans, so we deserve the same rights, but we don't. That it's crazy. So yeah, we are working with this project that we really want to start developing, and to analyze all the community from Africa working with the metals. They are not only Africans, but
mostly,
mostly
there are other communities, but mostly African, super young men.
Super young. It's a really tough work.
It's really great. We will really look forward. And Jorgelina, your message was very clear for Frau von der Leyen. I hope she's listening. So Diogo, what cannot we forget if we want a true, better future?
So I would just like to remind that this happened in the US and also happened here in UK. I don't have data from the continental Europe, But with the COVID pandemic, especially the BAM communities, that is the Black, Asian, and minority ethnic, it's called BAM, that suffered more because this pandemic not only showed inequalities that already existed, but even increased these inequalities, the access to health, the access to digital technologies, the access to the basic needs. So the death numbers are higher than in the white communities. So I believe that with this pandemic, we learned that there were already inequalities and we really should face them, because the pandemics and the climate change will even increase more of these inequalities that already exist. But for the European Union project of the new Bauhaus, I think there is a really important, and this is in the aspect of the inclusion, that is, we need to have conversations to decolonize our thinking. And for this, we need to be sitting in a table with people from different cultures, from different kinds of thinking. And we have to approach it in a collective way, not in an individualist, liberalist way of everyone trying to be at the top. This was the colonial project, and it completely damaged the world, not only in terms of society, but also in terms of the environment. So to have this common ground or common table to debate and to this is the biggest challenge, because it changes our competitive behavior to a more collective behavior that we need to solve these biggest challenges that no one knows how to solve.
Yeah, great, thank you. And once more, architecture is just a reflection on how we want to act. Yes. Is a political act, it was said. Yes. So we have to use it in that direction for sure. Carlos, I didn't ask you, what would be your clear message for the EU towards a better future? Carlos, you don't have the mic on.
Sorry.
No. You are on mute.
Sorry. Yeah, I think what's really important is to see architecture and the world as a process, probably, rather than a fact. To see it as an open-end narrative instead of a fixed photograph, because things change so quickly now that it makes no sense to try to figure out how we're going to be within 5 years. And I think it has to be, uncertainty has to be put on the table, because it makes us reevaluate everything constantly. And I think that's really important, because there cannot be a fixed goal. It has to be reevaluated constantly. I think that the European Union and the Bauhaus, personally, I don't think, I'm not quite sure what really is. I think it's like a bunch of good intentions, but I think it should have in mind always that the goal is to be better, and the means to do that needs to be thought in a practical way, but always having in mind that the thing is to get better, and to get better means to live better, to be empathic. I think that's a word that has come a lot, and I think that there has to be empathy before there's care, because you have to be empathic in order to care and to be cared for. That puts each of us in the center, because it's always depending on us and not on the other. And I think that relationship is really important. So for the European Union and the Bauhaus, whatever it is, I think it's really important to have a goal, a goal in the horizon. That's something that you never reach, but you're striving to reach for. And you have to get all the means, the practical means to go there, to reach there, to try to achieve it. And I'm saying that because sometimes you have the goal, but you forget, you have the means, the practical means, but you forget the goal. So it's easy to get lost. And I'm not quite sure if we have the time now to get lost, because we're running out of time. And yeah, awareness, empathy, and be thoughtful about the other. That's I think that's really important.
Diogo, thank you, Carlos. Diogo.
Can I give it just it's a metaphor somehow, because Mies was also part of the Bauhaus. So the Mies Pavilion is an example of the Bauhaus thinking, and I would like to give this metaphor for the inclusive city, because the Mies Pavilion is a very elegant, simple structure, but has allowed this very plastic environment that allows exhibitions, conversations, discourses. And a lot of what this new Bauhaus is also about having conversations and discourses, not only building, but also dialoguing. And I believe that the Mies Pavilion is a great metaphor of what the political structure should be, to provide a structure that is flexible, to allow in a almost water environment, liquid environment that is flexible, that allows multiple things. So the Mies Pavilion is a great example of what the Bauhaus was, and probably what can also be for the future.
I think that Madame Petit is a nice example too.
No. If I can be honest, I'm pretty sure that Ludwig Mies and the King of Spain ended the night at Madame Petit.
Exactly, because everyone was welcome there. I mean.
Bekim.
Thanks for the tour, for the short tour. Very, very important what Carlos mentioned, like with empathy. It's also what happened in the States, what was kind of reflected over here. It's funny how it was reflected in particularly in ex-Yugoslav countries and in Albania and Kosovo. You would get this, it became a fashion to put a BLM sign on your Facebook and social media and stuff like that. But actually, like, we don't have like such minorities. We don't have blacks. We don't have Asians, but we do have Romas. They are very, very discriminated.
Yes.
And actually, nobody thinks of tackling that. So nobody put a Roma Life Matters on their wall, and it's a big problem. So I mean, socially, you see, like, you know, like we went through this war and we were discriminated and everything. And we do feel with Afro-Americans and Asians and Latinos and for their discrimination in the States or in Europe. But then we do forget our own minorities, which is kind of very bad. So like just mentioning that what Carlos said. Let me just check if we have, I guess we don't have any other questions from the, we do have. This is from Rala Smith. So, hi everybody, very interesting to hear about your projects. Love to hear what you are saying about decolonizing our thinking. My question, each of your projects seems to be raising awareness about communities to which you are outsiders and presenting them to the gaze of the mainstream. You mentioned that they are hidden communities. Hidden to whom? How do you understand the gaze and language with which you are approaching these communities? Curious what you think about using the power inflicted language of inclusiveness and awareness rather than multiculturalism, for example. Did you get the question?
So I don't know if I can.
Difficult question.
Yeah. So thanks, Rala, for the question.
Thank you, Hada. Can I say something? So for me, multiculturalism is really important, and this has been in most of the cities where I lived, and I understand that I'm white and that I'm a privileged person that studied architecture, and the idea of this project. My colleagues are not here. Menna and Mário. Menna is from Nubia. Mário is Portuguese, but his family is from Guinea, so they are part of these communities. And the idea is to not only include people that are connected with these communities, that are filling the others, but also these people that are somehow putting them as the others. And I believe that the conversation should be with all. I remember recently seeing a video in South Africa of a school that Leslie Loco was developing, and there was this conversation about racism. And there was this black student saying, why do we black people always have to speak about racism and not white people are speaking about racism, and discussing this between them. So it has to be a conversation that people from all cultures and from all cultures need to have in order, in my view, to achieve this decolonization in the next decades. I believe that we are privileged, yes, being in here, speaking at this platform with digital technologies, we are privileged. And I believe with our privilege, we should involve people from these communities too, and that's what the project of Afro-Futures is trying to do. But I understand the question of Rada Smita. Yes, it's an important question.
That being said, I agree totally. In my case, my proposal, I did something kind of strategic in a way, which was to take a temporal distance. I'm talking about something that happened in the 1920s, 1930s here in Barcelona. Because I took in account a lot of things. One of them was that I really liked the theme, and I was led to it by Jean Genet, which is a writer who lived here. But also because it's an example, passing the time, and probably it's easier to leave behind prejudices that we might have about these relationships and these kind of places, like such as a brothel, because those examples exist now. But I think if I have taken one example that is contemporary, we will see in a different way. And secondly, I think that we have to be aware of the words we use, but I don't think that we have to be careful about getting lost in the meaning of things and how we use words. I mean, we have to be careful because what we say and how we say it means a lot. But then I don't think it's probably the best thing to start intellectualizing. I don't know how to say it in English, to make it so intellectual that we get lost in the discourse instead of what we're trying to say. Knowing that the words we choose are important, but the message, it's also important. And I don't know, just to put an example, I have read the best definitions of architecture within literature, within poems and writers and novels, and not from architects. And that says a lot. And I know that it's a tough question, and right now it's in the spot to talk about multiculturalism, inclusiveness, awareness, and whiteness and blackness and Black Lives Matter. All of that, it's really important, but it's really important not to lose sight of what we're trying to achieve, which is everyone is the same, and it's important to choose the word, but let's not get over intellectualized about it. I hope I don't get misunderstood. So.
What I would like to add to one of the questions, when we said hidden communities, it's, let's say, hidden layers, and with this we said we meant more like communities that are maybe not the ones we may pay the most attention to. And the other thing that I wanted to say, it's also the fact that this awareness of communities, I believe a personal point of view, I think it's like start making myself questions and not giving things for granted, because I also consider myself a white privileged person. So if I don't ask myself some questions and I don't go out of my comfort zone and try to see the reality from other points of view, I'm not allowing myself to grow somehow. No, so I'm just looking life through my own glasses. So this is what I consider awareness about this particular subject and about different communities that are part of the same society and the same city. Just that.
There's another follow-up question, or let's say a comment / question, which reads, I don't think the question should be, do you feel discriminated? It puts the onus back to the woman for respondents to have to explain and justify their personal experience. Some of us might not have experienced discrimination, the lucky ones, but it is time to acknowledge the discrimination against women and female identifying people with disabilities, racialized people. It's systematic. I find the question, have you experienced discrimination, exhibits blindness to the context we live in. The way we still have to call out discrimination and common everyday insults, like catcalling, is a proof the problem is still there. Yeah, if somebody wants to comment on this, it's more like, yeah, I see it's more of a comment than a question.
I don't know if I got the question right. What the question was? The question was if we've been discriminated in a way, or
I mean, the person asking is, I don't think the question should be, do you feel discriminated? Because it puts the onus back on the women, our respondents, to have to explain and justify their personal experience. Some of us might not have experienced discrimination, the lucky ones, but it is time to acknowledge discrimination against women and female identified people, people with disabilities, racialized people. It's systematic. I think the questions, have you experienced discrimination, exhibits blindness to the context we live in, the way we still have to call out discrimination and common everyday insults like catcalling, is a proof of that the problem is still there. I think it's general. It's not a question. It's more of a comment to. I think everybody here agrees.
Yeah, I would like to add on that. We have also we can all be the other. That's we have to all be aware that at a certain moment you are the other for someone, and this goes back to the inclusiveness or multiculturalism thing. Sometimes it's easier to change things from inside the system than from outside. So if those who are inside and those who have the power have the will to change things, it is easier in this sense. For instance, me as a woman, that I have been the other and I am the other, and I might attend meetings of directors of cultural institutions and still be the only one. It is helpful for me that the male in the room are feminists, even if they are not men. I mean, even if they are not women, okay. So in this sense, I wouldn't, the fight has to come from both sides of the borders. That's the thing, yeah. And always everybody has to try to struggle for multiculturalism, probably. And that's something I wanted to ask. If I'm allowed, I will introduce a question on my own. Because I've seen the Pakistani barbershops. And I will put 2 or 3 questions together, because aren't they a form of colonization? I know that might be a controversial question, but aren't they, I mean, someone could say they are colonizing our clean European cities, wherever, and they want this to look there, you know? Or, I mean, is it easy for a woman to get into those barbershops and feel comfortable? Is she welcome there? Or if I go to the Afro-Futures, is it the goal to create an Afro-European community? Or shouldn't we dissolve the borders and just create a community? Yeah, how do you see this? I mean, what do we do with borders? Because at the end are we putting new borders? What should we do on that?
So what it...
You want to start, Juan?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I would like just to say one thing, it's to add what you were saying, Anna. I think in this way, it comes from both sides, the way of, asking ourselves some questions, and in a way that if we talk about being discriminated, I believe in this way, both borders or both parts will help each other, no? As you said, a woman going inside a Pakistani barbershop, does she feel comfortable? Well, maybe not today, but this does not mean that maybe in the future, I mean, I can talk from my experience, but because I went there and I had I was welcome, but it's myself with my way of thinking and how I come inside this space, but at the same time, I think Pakistani communities are helping us or the society also to start being more inclusive and aware about them. So I don't know, I think it helps from the both sides. I don't know if I did explain myself.
If we tell, hello, I'm here. If we tell our experience that it's really, really like a small experience and we are just two, like Jorgelina and I, get into barbershops, for us, there were not like borders. Like we break with that. Like at the beginning, we knock the door and we say, no, maybe we can't get in. But after a month, we were in a jam session with all Pakistani guys at the back in a bar. And the border for us was like the language, because any of them, they didn't speak Spanish, English, and they just speak their language. But with signals or with just their friends, they are good guys, like say hi to them, or you can take a picture to them. So in our experience, there were no borders, but we are just two.
Yes. So I would follow what Anna was saying about that all of us can be the other in certain situations. And this, for example, in Hong Kong, if I would leave a little bit more beer in my face, I would be called a Pakistani. And even if I don't even understand Pakistani language or culture, so it is sometimes by the way that we look that people will judge us, and absolutely will have prejudice and racist and discriminatory behaviors against us, even not knowing ourselves. That's why I think it's really important in this context of the Future Architecture Platform and the landscapes of care. And this is one also of the main goals of the new European Bauhaus, is to have more conversations about this, involving people that unfortunately maybe should be also here in this De-Colonizer session, but they are not yet, but I hope they can be in the future. So we can understand that sometimes a word that for a certain group of people has no harmful meaning, for a certain group of people can have. And I was aware of this when I started being the other in other countries as an immigrant. Sometimes a small joke that you think is meaningless can be very damaging to a person, to a certain gender, to a certain race, to a certain culture. And I believe this is only seen and heard in conversations with these people, with all of us from different cultures, from different ways of thinking, from different genders. And here of this question that Bekim said that probably also including trans people and all this, that there was this session that is covering more these aspects, I believe, of the new politics. But this is also about inclusivity, of course.
There's another question by Rado.
Okay.
Or a comment. Thank you, everybody. I appreciate your thoughtful responses. Totally agree that we can all be the other in different circumstances. Hope you will keep language in mind. I don't think I'm over intellectualizing the point to point out that inclusiveness and awareness locate agency in the not other group. To respond to the one point, an important distinction between immigrants and colonialism is that colonialism specifically enter countries to dominate and extract resources.
Yes.
Wow. So just comment. We're actually almost out of time,
yes.
But before ending this, just to kind of mention that anybody who wants to view your short videos, your presentations of your ideas, but also like of all of the 27 selected ideas from all over Europe, they can enter futurearchitecturerooms.org, and they can also view our own videos of the FA partners, about our organizations and our events this year. I would like to thank you for some amazing thoughts and for the debate we held. And also just to mention, please stay in the channel because we'll have a small break of 15 minutes live from Mal with some music. And afterwards, there's another debate which is hosted by James Taylor Foster and Matevž, looking over the future architecture with speakers Marve Vedir, Paolo Paletti, and Maita Boriabad, Johnny Leah, and Armina Pila. Guys, for myself, thanks again.
Thank you, Bekim. Thank you, Anna.
Thank you very much.
Thank you all, Juan, Carlos, Catalina. Thank you very much. And I hope we can continue this conversation.
Invite everybody to the festival in Kosovo and
thank you.
Have this debate there, hopefully in person.
Yes, continue this conversation.
Nice.
Absolutely. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks a lot, guys.
Bye.
Bye.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye.
So now we leave this room, or we continue.
I think you can stay here and just like no, we'll have like the small music break, and then we'll have the closing talk with James and Matevž.
Can I ask you what were the kind of activities that you were thinking on the?
Yeah, yeah, I actually forgot to mention it, but no, we organize like your typical architecture festival. We organize lecture, this and that, workshops and stuff like that. But with the FA fellows, we always invite them in person to hold workshops and of course lecture. Last year we couldn't do that, so we had only lectures, and we had 2 online workshops. One of them was super interesting. One of them wasn't that engaging. So in one case we had like a total success with the online thing.
You were muted now.
Yeah, but just end it. So I'll write you an email, and then we'll take it.
You have my contact. Yes, I would be very interested in participating. I don't know if you already made the choice of the fellows, but I'd be interested very much in participating in the.
Yeah, we'll definitely invite you. We thought of inviting all of the 3.
Okay.
Somos o Santos Collective, uma entidade coletiva sem fins lucrativos, formada por comerciantes do bairro de Santos o Velho, em Lisboa, com o objetivo de ajudar a nossa comunidade com iniciativas sociais. A nossa ideia surgiu como reação aos problemas em que vivemos em comunidade.
Moje ime je Nina, dobrodošli u moj dom. Ovo je moja obitelj, 2 mačke, 18 biljki, 300 knjiga i ostali predmeti. Dio sam ženskog dizajnerskog kolektiva Oaza iz Zagreba. Svojom praksom borimo se protiv ustaljenih normi promišljanja, surađujući horizontalno, saznati željom. U nastavku slijedi fragmentalna prezentacija ideje, narativi prostora u filmu.
Ну, а санаториум премиум – это сообщество людей, которым не безразличны санатории, интересно тратить свои выходные на то, чтобы посещать их, изучать их, обсуждать их, проводить время в этом контексте. Это Инстаграм, где появляется самый разный, но всегда посвященный санаториям контент. Вот, и это попытка наладить вот эту связь нас и санаториев.
We are an office. 我们是不定型小组。
我是方肖阳。
丁思琪。
庄元培。
我们来自中国，成立于美国纽约。
我们关注空间体系中的不确定性、
矛盾性、
双关性，在项目看不见的景观中，
我们希望展现温室城市化与光合殖民的不同维度与侧面，
重审生态种植业中多面的自然与人性。
Materia Prima es un proyecto crítico de investigación que nace a partir de la asociación de la extracción intensiva de materiales del subsuelo y la transformación de esta materia en aquello que llamamos arquitectura.
Registra la pérdida y transformación del territorio, esta constante uso y desuso de los materiales, además de visibilizar el impacto de la industria extractivista y las radicales transformaciones causadas por sus gigantescos procedimientos mecánicos.
Afro-Futures nació a distancia y tiene carácter ubicuo y digital. Aunque los 4 somos de Las Palmas, la movilidad ha sido una constante estos últimos años. En ninguno de nuestros proyectos hemos conseguido trabajar todos en el mismo lugar y al mismo tiempo. Este proyecto nace del deseo de juntarnos y celebrar, porque ni los directos de Instagram son iguales que un concierto, ni las reuniones por Zoom pueden sustituir el acto de juntarse y salir a la calle.
Hi, I'm Gili Korzewski.
And I'm Rosario Talevi.
We are 2 of 6 founding members of the Soft Agency Collective.
Surrounding us today, you see the site of the Floating University, a nature culture learning site in Berlin.
We're going to tell you a little bit more about Climate Care, which is a festival we initiated here in 2019.
Jmenuji se Magdalena Havlová, jsem architektka žijící a působící v Praze, kde se kromě své vlastní praxe věnuji doktorantskému studiu na Akademii výtvarných umění. Ve své práci se zabývám typologií architektury obecně prospěšného bydlení, její historií a jejím budoucím vývojem. Pro platformu Future Architecture bych chtěla realizovat projekt, který blíže reflektuje úlohu poloveřejných prostor právě těchto obecních a družstevních domů.
Jeg heter Anna Ulrik Andersen, norsk arkitekturhistoriker og filmskaper. Jeg har en PhD fra The Bartlett og jobber som forsker på et prosjekt ved Universitetet i Oxford som handler om helse, velferd og arkitektur. Men det prosjektet som jeg meldte på Future Architecture, det er et sideprosjekt som på en måte har fått utvikle seg litt parallelt med andre ting jeg driver med. Og det heter The Architecture of Chronic Illness.
Colectivo Puncis somos una cooperativa de urbanistas, sociólogas y arquitectas que trabajamos desde el 2005 repensando los espacios desde una perspectiva feminista e interseccional, que tiene en cuenta la diversidad de necesidades de todas las personas. Durante estos años hemos trabajado en más de 150 pueblos y ciudades del mundo, incorporando la voz de las personas a través de la participación y la acción comunitaria. Nuestro objetivo es transformar los espacios poniendo la sostenibilidad y los cuidados en el centro de las decisiones urbanas.
Hola, benvinguts a l'Oasi. L'Àlborg, l'Eduarda, Sergio i jo vam formar equip al màster habilitant de l'Escola d'Arquitectura del Vallès per desenvolupar el projecte de reordenació de les illes del riu Llobregat al seu pas per aquest municipi, per Sallent. Les inquietuds dels quatre ens van portar a voler donar resposta a l'encàrrec amb la restauració paisatgística d'aquest espai on em trobo ara. Una àrea fortament transformada per un passat industrial que segueix encara aquí latent.
Jag heter Erika Henriksson och är en arkitekt från Norrbotten i Sverige som för tillfället bor i Norge. Just nu sitter jag och skriver på min praktikbaserade PhD som beskriver hur praktiken arkiterapi bildades genom ett undersökande byggprojekt som inleddes som ett samarbete mellan mig och 2 personer boende på en rehabiliteringsklinik. Och i nästa del kommer jag att presentera arkiterapi tillsammans med videomaterial från projektet som praktiken tagit form genom.
Hi, we're Sonic Acts of Noticing. Our team is comprised of 2 architectural designers and educators, a sound artist and 2 web design researchers.
We come together with our overlapping interests to explore the potential of foregrounding the sonic in the creation of emancipatory spaces.
Our project deploys listening as a critical spatial practice. It has been developed in response to the question, how can we find and amplify acts of care on the high street?
Здравейте! Казвам се Моника Маринова, занимавам се с архитектура, дипломирах се в Манчестър и Лондон Metropolitan University. В момента работя и живея в Бургас. Проектът, който ще видите представен в следващото видео, изследва социалния аспект на архитектурата и е награден с Young Talent Architecture Award на Европейския съюз. По-подробно, проектът изследва възможността на архитектурата да ни обединява като общество и чрез дизайна на околната среда да възпитава в нас добра етика, социална загриженост и обществена сплотеност.
Bonjour, nous sommes David Dautelonde et Vendry Marchais, architectes et cofondateurs de l'atelier Senzu, agence d'architecture basée à Paris. Nous explorons les nouvelles manières de penser et de faire le projet dans un contexte contemporain en profonde mutation, pour préfigurer un futur qui soit plus désirable à travers un enjeu principal, celui de l'éducation.
En réponse au sujet Landscape of Care, nous avons souhaité présenter les multiples relations qui existent entre architecture et pédagogie et comment elles s'influencent l'une et l'autre.
Hallo, mijn naam is Willem. Ik ben sinds 2 jaar afgestudeerd als architect en ik woon en werk hier in Brussel. In 2018 ben ik met een aantal collega-studenten naar Ayacucho in Peru getrokken om onderzoek te doen naar de manier waarop de stad Ayacucho minder waterafhankelijk kan worden en hoe circulaire waterinfrastructuur eigenlijk deel kan worden van het stedelijk weefsel en van het publieke landschap. En op die manier een gedeelde cultuur rond water kan doen ontstaan.
Hi, we are Puzzle, a collective of young and enthusiastic architects from North Macedonia, launched in 2018. This is the team: Adelina Fazer, Sanja Avramoska, Irena Damianoska, Brankica Dogazanska, and Valbona Fazer. We are sharing with you Back to Nature.
My name is Franny, and my mom and I co-wrote a manual for mothers with acquired disabilities. The manual is designed specifically for the folder that patients receive upon discharge from a rehabilitation center, offering first-person, home-based tactical design strategies for hemiplegics like my mom, who might receive training on independent living, but who actually find themselves responsible for many types of care. The manual is divided into 4 parts. the floor, the drawers, what we're calling the background, and the street. The following video starts with the floor, providing diagrams and a glimpse at how we narrate the manual, hyphening the perspective of a mother and her daughter.
We are Alberta Lauritsen, Alice Meyer, Sejal Tank, Sophie Williams, Hannah Rosenberg, and Marianna Janovic, and we are EDIT, Feminist Design Collective. We focus on the enduring biases and hierarchies embedded into the environments surrounding us. Our approach uses design as a tool to support more equal interactions, both during the design process and as the outcome of the finished project.
Biz FemArk kolektifi, kesişimsel projeler üzerinde çalışan bir grup kadın mimarız.
On vit toutes à Berlin, mais on vient de contextes divers et nos centres d'intérêt sont différents.
Der F-Walk ist ein laufender Prozess, für den wir die Vielfalt subjektiver Raumerfahrungen und unterschiedlicher Zugangsmöglichkeiten zu Raum dokumentieren und diese auf eine körperbetonte Art vermitteln.
My name is Diogo, Portuguese architect living in Bristol. Here, a statue of a slave trader was thrown into the harbor. This is one of our digital archive stories.
Hi, I'm Anna. I'm an artist and I'm the mother of an Afro-European girl.
My name is Mário. I'm an African-European designer. I have family all across Europe.
Hola, soy Jorgelina Zabert.
Yo soy Juan González del Cerro, ambos argentinos, y estamos detrás del proyecto Minorities y Metropolis. Jorgelina es diseñadora, yo director de arte, y ambos compartimos interés por la fotografía. Nos conocimos en Barcelona, casualmente en el barrio del Raval.
Comenzamos registrando las peluquerías que nos cautivaron por la estética que las caracteriza, y acabamos descubriendo una gran comunidad con fuertes lazos solidarios y gran apoyo entre sí.
Hola a todos, soy Carlos Lanuza, ganador de la Writing Grand Final de esta edición de Future Architecture con la propuesta Borders of Cares. La idea nace de una obsesión sobre las continuas agresiones de fronteras que cometemos cada día en la búsqueda de nuevas maneras de sentir o vivir, y cómo la arquitectura puede ser un medio para satisfacer o impedir estos movimientos. Es un tema que pone en valor otra manera de ver la arquitectura y trasladable a múltiples formatos.
Hello, nice to meet you online. My name is Rohe. Together with this team of artists and designers in the Netherlands, Russia and UK, from 2019, we have been exploring the ways in which art and artistic research could inform urban development through looking at landscapes.
Hola, I'm Gabriele, a Peruvian architect and design researcher. The plural landscapes of food systems, their politics and ecologies are the framework of my design practice.
Ahlan, I'm Mayar, a Swiss Egyptian design researcher, currently focusing on food and cooking as a medium to create spaces of exchange and communal reflection. Cocinas Alterinos, or Alton kitchens, only scratches the surface of the endless possibilities of kitchens as spaces of care, resilience, and resistance. Care to join us?
Hello, I'm Alexander Auris. I'm a Peruvian architect living and working in Brussels for 2 years. The idea that I present this year for Future Architecture platform is called Queer Commons, and it's a research method for queer spaces in the city. This method has been tested in Berlin, and now I'm gonna show you some of my process of this project. Thank you.
Dear all, we almost came to an end. This is the final talk of the Future Architecture Creative Exchange 2021. And it is also the final talk of the Creative Exchange in this project, in the current project. And that's why me and James Taylor Foster, who is the president of the advisory board of the Future Architecture Platform, invited fellows of the platform who worked within it during the last 5 years. And we wanted to discuss with them their experience with the platform and hear their opinion about its future. So I would also like to welcome here with us Merve Betir, an architect, co-founder of Land and Civilization Compositions, who is currently based in Hong Kong. Paolo Patelli, researcher and special practitioner who lives and works in Amsterdam. Maite Borjabat, architect and currently associate curator of architecture and design at the Art Institute of Chicago. Johnny Lea, architect, one of the founding partners of the architectural office Traumnovele from Brussels. And Armina Pilau, a feminist architect, researcher, and lecturer at the Department of Landscape Architecture at the University of Sheffield. Welcome, everybody.
Hey, Matevž.
Hello.
Hello, everybody.
Hi.
Hi.
Hello.
Hi.
So, decades ago, thinking about the future architecture was associated with futuristic visions. And when I was assembling the platform, I was thinking about why no one thinks about the future in this way anymore. And I naively imagined how to relaunch this in some way in architecture. And as soon as the project started, we saw, and I saw, that, however, it became clear that today we do not perceive the future anymore as something so distant as we used to, but something that will happen, so to speak, tomorrow. And it is strongly related to what we do today and to what is happening today. So the future is, so to say, at hand. And I think that was very present during these 5 years. Thinking about it, it's conditioned by our past futures, so to say, also, and also by how these futures succeeded or failed, or some of them have brought problems, or haven't ended as optimistically and heroically as they were intended. So I think that thinking about future in a more pragmatic and more tangible way is something what was interesting during these 5 years. What do you think, James?
What do I think? I mean, exactly. I mean, I think that part of, the first thing to say is that we've come to the end of a period of time in which the Future Architecture Platform has evolved into something that has real weight, that has weight in terms of its network. And I mean, throughout this entire process, of which I have been sort of at the sidelines of the entire time, at the edge of the organized chaos, as I have often described the Future Architecture Platform, watching watching basically people come together, watching ideas of differing fields start to merge, watch different emerging practitioners start to develop relationships with institutions and with each other. I mean, I think the future is a super tricky thing to understand. And I mean, the ambition of the Future Architecture Platform inherent in your initiation of it, Matevž, is daunting. Like, I think there's a sensitivity around thinking of the future that frightens me. Like, I don't know if it frightens anybody else watching or on this panel. I was watching this documentary about Francis Bacon the other day, the painter, And it suddenly dawned on me exactly what existentialism was, you know, like in the 60s and 70s, this notion of just living day by day, because the future was so unpredictable and the recent past was so traumatic in a European context, at least. Now there's like thinking about the future is a privilege, no? Like ultimately. And this is exactly what has been happening since 2015, 2016 here. So I think the point of this conversation is to simply have a kind of non-orientable, cyclical discussion around the future architecture platform, both in its tangibility, as you have put, Matevž, but also in its inherent abstractness. And that's why it's so wonderful to have you, Merve, Paolo, Maita, Johnny, Amina here, because you have been strategically chosen because you all come from different years of the future architecture platform's existence. And that is the point at which I sort of want to hand over to you guys a little bit to basically reflect on a simple question, or at least to present what you did, like what you brought to the table in the year in which you were part of the future architecture platform. You began being part of the future architecture platform. You're all now alumni in that sense. And to also understand a little bit about where you are now. I think that inherent in the future architecture platform is this notion of chaos, as I said, but also the ability to understand the power of failure and success, right? The possibility to experiment and test ideas. So I don't want to speak forever right now, because I'm hoping this will sort of dissolve into a more fluid conversation. But I think in the first essence, we can go year by year, which begins with Merve from 2016, and answer that question. What did you do at the Future Architecture platform, and where are you now?
Can we start from the last? So I don't have to be the first. Okay, well, no, I mean, just to start with a word of appreciation and happiness to be here, basically, seeing all of you virtually. I mean, it's great to, I've spoken recently to a couple of among us, but haven't seen many for a long time either. And currently I'm in Turkey, actually. I kind of escaped from Hong Kong for a while because the lockdown is horrendous there. And it's also used for several purposes. So yeah, I'm talking from Turkey, let's say. So just 2 hours ahead. My participation in the Future Architecture platform was in relation to my research on vocabulary of hospitality. And then the presentation that I made as part of the matchmaking conference, and then also kind of continued to present elsewhere, was on the kitchen and garden initiative that we started in Gaziantep in Turkey. So just as in one sentence, and vocabulary of hospitality was mainly on migration and the meanings of migration and the meanings of being a host and guest, but trying to look at it through, or let's say across geographies, let's say that kind of span from the Middle East, so to say, toward Europe, and trying to understand, as I said, the connotations of hospitality, both being an immigrant and also being a host at times. And the idea was that basically, with the Kitchen and the Garden initiative, the idea was to kind of ask the responsibilities of the host, ask the responsibilities of the guest, asking who is a good guest, who is a good host, and then also kind of emphasizing the need to kind of live together. Now this, I know it sits in a completely different context with the time of COVID and the way we are living now. And the question even gets even more difficult within the political contexts that we are in. But I still, I mean, that at least with the Kitchen and the Garden, that assertion was on the emphasis of wanting to live together despite the politics of segregation and othering, let's say. Is that good for? And I mean, what it is, where it is now is the kitchen is ongoing. It's doing several things. The most recent work was to produce a documentary on olive fields, starting from Gaziantep, between Gaziantep and Aleppo, but like overarching Mediterranean as a geography. That was the most recent thing done. Maybe that's good for a start.
Absolutely. I mean, I think this is just sort of a foundation point. So the second oldest is Paulo.
Can you hear me? Yeah.
Perfectly.
Hi. Yeah. So basically, the project that I presented and developed during the year of, let's say, that I participated in the Future Architecture platform and also beyond that, was on the architecture of what I called a post-nation, and it was like a design-based inquiry into the prototypes of a European project. So the main question was, what is the architecture? What is the material culture of a post-national political contract? And I knew, of course, from experience that Europe was real, but also somehow that it was an unidentifiable object that Europe or the European Union, let's say, was and is almost without things. And starting from Lauren Dalston line, without things, we stop thinking. Looking around, we often have the impression to be left with nothing to explain and not much to remark on, interpret, or complain about. And in fact, the process of European integration, and in the meantime, also partial disintegration, created a system of entities that are supranational, that all relate to the idea of post-nationalism. But most of them seem to be still mostly blurred sketches. And I was looking instead for like real things that were solidly built and tied together. So I looked at, again, as I said, at the architecture that materializes the prototypes of a European project. And I looked at the glazed facade, for example, of the European Commission, at the itinerant European Council. I looked at the seats of the European Parliament, a monument in Schengen, but also at the camping gear outside the European Court of Human Rights in Strasbourg, where people have been living and protesting with their presence for years. And and more in detail, I looked at what could be found at the center of the Eurozone financial capital, the Eurosculpture, the Euro sculpture in Frankfurt, as a singular embodiment of, matter and representation, an object that is as abstract as money, but as tangible as cash, which it represents. And I found, for example, that the lights needed to be replaced, that someone had recently painted one of the 12 stars in red, and I found that particularly striking, like have a red star at the center of the Eurozone. And stickers were all around the place. And yeah, so while the materiality of such monument was ordinary, dull, I thought an archaeology of such materials could address issues of ideology and power and meaning. And I've been working on that since intermittently, and including in Maastricht, which is the city where the Schengen, the first treaty was signed.
You participated in between also in an exhibition in Graz, Architecture After the Future. In what context did your idea find itself there?
Yeah, So I framed my project in that context as a what could be maybe defined as a faux archaeology, like a fake archaeology. As you said, maybe of the future. During a visit in Frankfurt, I made a 3D model of the monument, like a photogrammetry. So a survey of the then current state of the monument with the bumps and the cracks and the stickers, as I said, and the like, traces of red paint and so on. And then I made basically an animation, a video loop with 12 stars taken from the monument. So actual like 3D models of the actual stars arranged in a circle, like on a European flag, rotating in a loop. And that was in the context of the exhibition in Graz. Yeah.
Maite, you were a part of the platform in 2018. How did you find it? And
Hi,
how did you?
Thanks, Matevž and James, and so nice to see some faces already known and to meet others, even virtually. So the project I presented in 2018 was actually two projects that were born out of the same research, let's say. It's called Ethnographies of Power. So the two projects I presented, one of them was a performative lecture that was actually the thesis I developed at Columbia University, specifically analyzing, it was called Ethnographies of Power, the state of exception of Julian Assange, Edward Snowden, and the diplomatic bag. And basically it looked at how architecture materialized legal frameworks. I used these three specific cases to literally start rewriting and redrawing how specific laws actually open these Pandora boxes in the in-between when you materialize those. And kind of like few months later, I won an award for emerging curators in Madrid. So I had the chance to further develop that research as an exhibition. In that case was called From State of Exception to Spaces of Exceptions. And rather not only my own research, but through the work of other artists, I basically showcase different moments or examples where this state of exception becomes key into the articulation of the space, reflecting again on the case of Julian Assange, but also looking at borders or war zones, using or even the virtual realm through artists like Trevor Paglen or Tyrone Simon. So those were like the two projects that I presented. To the second question that James asked, like where I was, where I am right now, it seems like a lifetime, specifically probably because 2020 for everyone has been like a whole decade. So that amplifies the time. Let's say over paper, I was in the same place where I'm right now. I had barely moved to Chicago from New York when to start as a curator at the Art Institute of Chicago, when I had the chance to come to Slovenia. And at that time, I was actually studying the research on an exhibition that by now has already been exhibited and concluded, that was Designs for Different Futures. So the whole thing became a bit too aligned maybe on how you look at it. And as I say, like over paper, we can further discuss about that. Let's say nothing has changed, but many, many things have changed. And specifically the power of being able to encounter with other peoples. And sometimes when you are kind of like trying to shift gears, specifically inside of a huge institution, and you find yourself like women versus institution, it's quite powerful to find that, you know, your ideas or the way you understand architecture and the impact in society, you're not in an echo chamber, and that there are like, you know, your own generation is actually moving towards that direction and working through different formats and arguing through architecture in very different ways. So it kind of like, to me, was a bit of a reinforcing engine to say like, you know, like it makes sense where you are and what you're trying to do. So that was for me a bit of the major impact of, you know, reaching out this network.
Thanks. John, you were a part of it in 2019. And I remember you were participating at several events across Europe as well after the exchange in Ljubljana?
So yes, I think that if I had to talk about the project that we presented in Ljubljana, somehow I would say that it's a continuation of Paolo project, and it's the first time that I realize it, even if we know each other. So it was also somehow to look at the EU and also the build shape of the EU and trying to learn from it. So we decided with a project called Eurotopie to look at the European neighborhood in Brussels, and from that to see if we had some, maybe, let's say, keys to optimize the real, or some keys to have a bit more hope. All of that as a way to, let's say, to reclaim the institutions a bit to the architectural and cultural world, but also to participate to this, this common construction, and not let the institutions alone. And so from that, so we started the project actually for the Biennale in Venice, but I think that the project really, took shape or started and with the Future Architecture platform, because from that moment we had the chance to meet so many institutions, so many people that are mostly friends now, and to feel how, this Europe and this connection are bringing so amazing things. And so Eurotopie and this European project, because there is no clear end to it, about what we are right now, I would say that what we are trying to do is we somehow feel that we had a lot of help for this community, but also other communities. And we're trying to see how we can also contribute to maybe help this network to grow a bit more. And that's why we have, we love naive ideas, but we're trying to open, we don't know if it will be like a nightclub or a gallery or both in the EU, also as a way to continue to spread and to gather people. That's it.
What a nice idea. Thank you. And Armina, you were here just last year, but you are a regular guest in Ljubljana. What was your idea you participated with, and where did it take you?
Well, I could say that our group, we participated as a collective under the name Unword Space Lab. We like to call it Fluid Collective. And we were lucky. We did start in Ljubljana. And that was one of my last trips, I would say, before all the corona lockdowns around Europe. And then later on, we did apply with the projects on the river in Mostar, in southern Bosnia and Herzegovina. And we were looking into destruction of the river during the war and after the war, and as well all kind of formations of multi-species or interspecies environments, let's say, in that context. So, when we were applying, we were kind of looking at the list of all the places that you could pick the boxes and blind. We were like, oh, we want to go to Lithuania, to Kosovo, and we were kind of talking among ourselves, we want to go to the periphery, because somehow we are coming from the peripheric country, so it's always interesting to see other experiences in this context, or bordering space or something like that. And actually that happened. Our first conversation was with Sandra and Architecturas Fondas to go to Lithuania, and we kind of decided, okay, we want to go. We actually wanted to go there, and we agreed that our team will become bigger. So it was like, instead of 3 of us, Damir Ugljan, Jonas Langbein, and I, we asked Karla Crnčević, a film worker who is also part of our collective, to join us. And then the plan was to take the van and to go to Lithuania and to map all the natural reserves and ancient forests who are transformed into military camps, training camps. So that was kind of, okay, we cross Europe, and with 2 dogs and 1 kid as well. And kind of we go to inhabit this place and document all these transformations. But then Corona lockdowns happened, and I left England. I came to Brač. It's an island in southern Croatia, where I'm part of a land community called Earth for Us. So I said, okay, if I want to be in a lockdown, at least I want to do it with the people that I love and I believe in what we are all doing together. And it became kind of an interesting situation. So with Sandra, we were discussing until the last moment if you are going to Lithuania or not. And then we checked out, okay, you need to cross 5 countries, take 5 different tests and do whatever it's necessary. And honestly, I was not in the mood also to move, because in that time we were having exhibition in Maribor, but we didn't go, and things were happening without us being there all the time. So it was kind of interesting moment in a production, let's say, and also in being together. So Lithuania, we did online everything, and we did map all the places that we that we supposed to go. Sandra and her team, they would go to take photos for us in the locations where we wanted to visit ourselves. And we did a lot of, GIS mapping, all these tools that architects are using at the end. And we had also Ilona Jurkonite, she's a film curator and a PhD researcher in film, to help us with Lithuanians films and archives and everything. So it was like kind of quite a big collaboration. We managed to present short, let's say, research video on destruction of Lithuanian forests. And in the same time, we were on Brač. So people, Karlas, Jonas, and Damir, they came to Brač, and we were working here. And we actually decided to check the Croatian situation. So we did compare Baltic and Mediterranean militarizing processes. And it was, we have to say today that it was really, really interesting, and there are many common how to say, patterns. And then also we did participate in the Kosovo Architecture Festival, and with Bekim, we thought, okay, it was interesting to talk about archives of war, because I did quite big research for my postdoc on transitional archives, taking the river and the city, and like between nature and the built environment. And somehow, Bekim said, okay, maybe it could be interesting to show Bosnian experience on war in Kosovo, and there are many parallels to draw. And the last invitation was in real life, since we were in Croatia, so we went to Rijeka for Pedagogies of Care with Ana Dana Beroš and the team. In that time, she also had a big team to work on this, and it was quite, unbelievable that you can go, and part of our land community also came with me. So we kind of extended whole participation into meeting and friendship, and actually the being together and somehow at risk in the same time. So it was all the time was, a lot of questions around. So, but it was really, 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 difficult, but in the same time, very interesting way of working the whole year. And I think that's good for the first question.
Okay, maybe James, some reflection of you as you are following the platform now as advisor, but before also as an observer from outside, or even applicant at one point.
And a failed applicant, might I add. No one voted for me, so you're already onto a good start. No, but the thing that amazes me is that, as you know, with everybody that's been a part of this, but also just seeing that, like, having you guys chronologically go through your projects like this, is this fascinating obsession that we have generally, that I think the Future Architecture platform kind of enables and engenders, is this idea of just taking on a continent, whether that's geographically or ideologically or conceptually. I mean, this and at different scales, no? And this is the thing which always fascinates me, because at the end of every creative exchange, as you said, Amina, the last time that I was anywhere other than the deep, dark Scandinavian north was for the Future Architecture platform in February, which in hindsight was kind of ridiculous, no? That we were all meeting together at the dawn of the pandemic in Europe. In any case, I think everyone was okay. But this idea of this unsettling reality that always comes to me after a kind of 3 days of let's say, self-reflection, facing the weight of history in the context of change, and also from addressing this from the position from which you speak, no? And the position from which I've been speaking for the last God knows how many years is as a British citizen exiting the European Union. Something which a therapist recently told me might have caused cognitive dissonance. I don't quite know exactly what that is, but it sounds awful. So I assume that I've got some sort of illness, but let's blame it on Europe and the disintegration of it, shall we? So, you know, I mean, this is kind of the most amazing observation. There's very few projects, especially within the field of architecture, that take things on so aggressively in terms of the scale of the concept. It also is the history of architecture, no? To let's say think big, and apparently think at detail too, but usually thinking big. And I mean, in the context of this new European Bauhaus project that is now launching, or in the process of launching, of which this event is part of the kind of opening moments of that, you know, it concerns me, it unsettles me in a kind of positive way. Like, I wonder precisely what I think the main question that I have had throughout the years, which would be good to put on the table right now, is to understand what the agency of architecture really is. To what degree are we practicing architecture? To what degree are we changing the practice of architecture through the kind of projects presented in the Future Architecture platform? Or to what degree are we actually de-siloing a field that tends to be quite siloed? You know, by that I mean quite disconnected or disentangled from politics, from social questions of social life, as much as architects talk about it. In reality, I'm not sure how much it is. Maybe Merve, you want to address that, because your project is very much about kind of the project you presented, and your practice generally is very much about hospitality and hosting, as you said. It's already expanding, let's say, the conventional understanding of what architecture is.
I'm not enjoying being the first one.
You can move on. You can pass it over. Throw the virtual ball.
When Paolo might, I am hearing, I'm like, I forgot to say this, I forgot to say that, I forgot to say that. Okay, so maybe I can, well, actually, it's really, I mean, for me, well, obviously, as you understand, this presentation was in 2016. I was an alumni from 2016. But I have to say, for instance, the first time when I graduated from the architecture school, the first job I was working in was a holiday village and hotel construction. I can't even remember the capacity now. It was like an all-inclusive package hotel. And it was like for one of the biggest construction companies in Turkey, which also works elsewhere. And then the other one I worked in was an airport in Ankara, 11 million passenger capacity. And then I was actually working for the operation company as an architect in an office with like 150 people. This company actually later on built, and I worked in like the airport constructions of Tbilisi, Doha, Cairo, and a couple of others that I don't even remember the name of. I mean, then I moved to the Netherlands for my PhD. So that's the kind of background that I come from, actually. That, I mean, it's kind of amazing when I look back at it. It doesn't mean that now I'm not interested in architecture anymore. Or I also kind of find it weird that when people call an end to architecture, shall we say, as we read it several times in different media now. But I definitely think that it has to kind of be more engaged, let's say, more and more engaged, and be critical and be critical to what is happening around us and kind of reflect on and respond to and participate in the kind of world image or idea, the kind of world we want to live in. So again, maybe like rounded words, but it is, and I have to say that the living in the Netherlands as an immigrant has influenced me a lot too, kind of confronting being an academic, let's say being a PhD candidate at Delft, being a woman there, and kind of seeing the reactions to that kind of confronted me with allowed me to confront with the space that I have and the spaces that I could possibly have and the things that I need to deal with. And then because, yeah, I mean, back in Turkey, yeah, you are in the position of the citizen, the host, the privileged. So this kind of exchanging place that does help to see what you're in, and what it can be. And working on hospitality was really interesting in that sense, because I don't necessarily, hospitality is a term that doesn't have to necessarily relate to, how do I say, doesn't necessarily strictly define the politics of a certain location. It is very political, but the role of the host and the guest can change all the time. Like it is an interchange. When you're a host, you're also a guest. You can be a hostage, you can be a ghost, you can be, so it kind of helped me to understand my own space as well as spaces of the people that I've been in interaction. And I have to say, I mean, sometimes, in the Netherlands, I was always like the Turkish person. I was always the Turkish immigrant. So that kind of also allowed me to confront this kind of space of being the guest and being the host and so on. And in that sense, so that's like one side of the story. So it's I have to say that the research is a way of understanding yourself and also understanding the place that you are in relation to that. And recognizing yourself and recognizing the society and acknowledging the characteristics and the disadvantages and everything. And then in the end, yeah, like working on the kitchen and the garden, I have to say, I mean, it truly, I can't really talk about it as a physical space. It was a physical space at times. It was a floor table at another time. It was, temporarily created spaces in different times. But it is an ongoing initiative, and it is kind of defined by the people that are in it. And I think that that kind of makes me think on the kind of architecture that I want to practice, and what could be the dynamics and the characteristics of that architecture. And certainly, for instance, engagement is part of it, acknowledging and accepting and understanding dimensions of hospitality is another thing. And then, yeah, of course, with all of that, like what should we expect from architects, designers at large? It definitely helps me continuously to think on that. I can talk more.
Absolutely.
For now. Yeah.
No, it's super interesting to hear your thoughts on that, because I also, I think you're raising the point of engagement, right? And a project being defined by those who are involved, I think is also can be an important reference to the Future Architecture Platform more generally. I just want to also link that idea of your take on hospitality to you, Johnny, and Tram Lavelle's work, mainly because I just want to understand where this nightclub's going to be and what it will look like.
Yeah, so it will be amazing. It will be in one of the most quiet and empty neighborhoods in Brussels during the night, so the EU neighborhood. So we're still looking for a place. So we had like this gallery in mind as a place to connect also and to, again, like bring culture and architecture like in Brussels or in the EU. But it seems that maybe having a nightclub seems a bit more interesting, because then we can have maybe longer discussions. And in this idea that a bit like the platform, you just meet people and then other stories will happen. But things can change and maybe it will be something else. So I won't tell too many details about it. But yeah, I think in any case, I think you ask like this very important question, which is like, what is the agency of architecture? And I mean, that's a so important question that is not asked most of the time. And I think that it's a question that is raised by the platform. What we know is also that, I mean, we won't solve all the issues, or I'm not sure that we will solve any issues, to be honest, but at least we can meet other people that found the same issues, you know, and then see what can happen. And also the fact that a bit like the EU, I mean, to see how we can have something which is very, let's say, global or international, then meet. And then at the end, it's something very local. So you have a very local institution, you meet very local people, and then just like to spread it. And I think for me, even if it's like a very naive thing, it's the best way to work on something and to accept also this chaos and capacity. And yeah, I really want to tell you more things about the nightclub, but it's way too early. The name will be
Eurotopia. I mean, precisely. Well, I mean, we'll have to follow you on Clubhouse or wherever people are these days. Because also I think it's very interesting speaking from the position of Belgium, no? And like just in a geographical sense, Belgium, or Brussels even more specifically, is like a very unique city in so many directions. One of the observations that I had, and also one of the things that sort of fascinated me from 2017, I think, when I came to the first Creative Exchange, was in understanding how there was a shift, and I still to this day don't quite know which direction necessarily that shift is moving in, but a shift in spheres of influence, loosely from west to east, partly down to the fact that wherever you draw that line, I have no idea necessarily. But apart from the fact that the Future Architecture platform is born in Slovenia, which is itself a complicated split nation, let's say, and I think that to me has been interesting, hearing what you've been talking about. I mean, about your year, no, which has been a lot happening in amidst kind of chaos, but precisely what you were talking about, that idea of the periphery and that fascination with the periphery. I don't know whether you have any reflections, or anybody has any reflections on this idea between center and periphery, and what it means for architecture in Europe. Europe including, you know, not the European Union necessarily.
Yeah, I don't know, like
yeah, jump in, Paolo. Seems like your field.
No, maybe just a note from my side. When the project Future Architecture platform appeared 5-6 years ago, I was really like stricken by its configuration, right? Which I found very timely and unique in many ways. Like having a look at the consortium of in place of the usual powerhouses of culture and discourse, of the routine biennials and the global events and so on. There were cities and institutions and communities from the south of Europe and the east of Europe, which appeared prominently to a public that was also like in Western and Northern Europe. So in this configuration, Mao seemed, from my perspective, to really function as a common space, no, bridging contexts and institutions and young practitioners, across a larger, not only geographical, but also cultural spectrum, like a larger spectrum than most of the people that I knew and was in contact with were accustomed to, in a way. And I think, and of course, this configuration has, I mean, it didn't come out of nothing, of course. Looking back to European history, there have always been currents crossing borders and so on and so forth. But that is for me certainly one identifying and unique, let's say, character of this project that I hope actually that I have seen actually growing, and I hope will even look farther beyond the the current geographical definition of the project, and which is also actually part of the mission, cultural mission or cultural diplomatic mission of Mao, from what I understand, no? Like insisting on researching the for example, the architecture of the non-aligned movement, no, that suddenly would connect us to I don't know, to Indonesia or Egypt and so on, way beyond the borders of the continent, strictly speaking.
No, it's true that Ljubljana has a very specific situation, and also looking back at the history, many things that happened here, there were events titled "On the Crossroads." This title was used many times. So I could say that this is somehow inherent, that it's a tiny country, and all the cultures that are near feel close and feel domestic in a way as well. So I think that was maybe important for how we built the project. I think that it was also very important, the biennial that we did in 2014. And when we looked back at the history of the Biennial of Design in Ljubljana, which was itself a window between East and West and North and South, and in the past when there was Iron Curtain. So I could say we have tradition of opening and connecting. And I think that that's important to use this legacy for the projects in the future. And I'm glad that we succeeded. And if maybe this was a place to think about the future, it really became a place to think critically. It became a place for critically minded architects, researchers, curators. And I hope that we can further build this model in the way that it can accommodate even more people who would like to join these dialogues and discussion.
I'd like to share two thoughts to the question that James brought, and building on what Paulo mentioned in terms of, I think, the moment or the critical moments and the power that I think the platform could have in terms of those notions of periphery and center. One is in terms of identity and the other in disciplinary terms, specifically for architecture. I think it's really interesting to understand the challenge that we face, right, on how create something that is connected, as even look into this like new Bauhaus project, right? Like how we can generate space that acknowledges a diversity of identities and understanding a common ground at the same time. And I think in those terms, it's important to learn, the achievements from modernism, but also the failures too, right, in those terms, and kind of understanding that future as not monolithic and not universal in those terms, right, but how that common project can acknowledge and empower that diversity inside. And places like this one, either physically or virtually, are a space to recognize that and be able to bring an input in that way that doesn't pursue, again, kind of a sort of universal project that is going to leave many people outside and many identities outside, right? And in those terms, like in my case, for instance, coming from Spain, right, like looking at Europe for me is like looking up north, that thing in Brussels. So I think all those perspectives on when we talk about Europe needs to be integrated, and a multiple project cannot be developed without a multiplicity of voices, right? Which sounds basic, but I think it's the moment that we're right now that we need to acknowledge that and act with accountability to that fact. And the other thought that to me is important, it's in disciplinary terms, those like center and periphery. I work as a curator now like 4 years in a museum that is an encyclopedic museum. So I'm surrounded by a lot of like artifacts, arts, and culture in many forms and shapes. So that has facilitated in a way understanding how architecture, right, participates on these conversations in broader terms. And I think, to me, especially working with the collection and what we keep to actually in a way produce the memory of the future, which is ultimately what I'm doing, right, with all the acquisitions I bring to the museum. And it poses a question of who is being represented there and which questions we are kind of like frozen in from each moment. Because to me, some moments could become a bit sad, kind of like, why are we always talking about the same? This is a deja vu. Like, oh, they were discussing this in the 60s. Oh, they were also discussing this in the 80s. Why are we again discussing these same things, right? So the only most profound learning I've had through time, and specifically I should acknowledge like all the time I spent as a student activism in Spain, and also learn from many leaders from grassroots organizations in Chicago, is that I think the most difficult part is not the invention or the finding, is how that new way of understanding actually generates porosity into society. And the same goes for specifically architecture and the impact and the agency that we can have. And in those terms, we need to mobilize those conversations in disciplinary terms and outside of the disciplinary boundaries, right? And for me, the museum, I always say, like, I know when I'm organizing an exhibition or displaying the permanent collection, I'm organizing an exhibition for an architect that already knows how to read floor plans, and it's coming specifically to kind of amplify that understanding and bring in researchers that challenge the understanding of the built environment. But I'm also totally embracing the situation that half of the audiences that probably passed by the architecture and design galleries at the Art Institute, they were coming to see the Impressionist galleries, they got confused, they passed by the architecture galleries. That's fine. Like, those are audiences also and people we have to engage with. And I think in those terms, kind of like the center as like the specialized architecture audience or agents needs to be like mobilized in so many directions and in so many niches to create that porosity. So again, sometimes I find myself in a historical loop, like facing challenges as people has faced 50 years ago. I think there is some bright future for me in the understanding of the multiplicity of formats and platforms through which we can mobilize some of these findings that, you know, this platform has gathered and literally fly and generate impact that way.
That's super beautifully said, Mike. Like, I think that you also touch upon something exactly, like, if I just lift one of the many gems that you put on the table there is this idea about communication, no? And like ultimately what the core sort of practice of the Future Architecture platform is about is discursive, right? It's about trying to communicate positions and ideas to other people in order to find those links. And I think that, you know, one of the hopes that I would have for the future of the Future Architecture platform, whatever that looks like, is exactly to build in that porosity. Because still, you know, even though we have these all creative exchanges have been open events such as this one, there was never a critical mass of like the public in these events engaging with the ideas. And I think that's absolutely critical. I mean, I'm obsessed with this idea of like, and it's a very unbaked idea, of speaking as if in capital letters. And this also comes from a kind of like contemporary museological place that you probably understand, Maite, more than better than I do, which is that there needs to be clarity. And, you know, capital letters historically are what we write out when we're writing a form, or historically the kind of form of communication that you would send a telegram in, which is like 15 words or less. But they're also words, and they embody all the complexity and all the gradation of language. You know, and this is the kind of dialectic that I think we're constantly dealing with. Non-alienation, integration, but also not dismissing like complexity and nuance. And I think that that's a kind of central idea that connects to all the issues that you raise. I'm also like I tend to be really bad at timekeeping, and I just keep on going and going. But Matevž, what is the status?
The status is that we have 5 minutes more, but
oh my God,
we can exceed them.
Forever or
forever?
I think Matevž is taking agency in this situation. I would
precisely
maybe like to reflect a little bit on what Maite said and what you, James, said. At the end, we cannot forget that it depends what is your context. And I don't think we can all adopt same or similar ways of doing, because we don't come from the same context. And I mean, look at our crew now. So I think that's enough to say that. But I would like to share just how I didn't become architect, or, you know, I still think that architecture is everything what we are doing at the end. But when I was a student, I was studying in destroyed country, and at my faculty we were studying about big names, you know, like it was the time of star architects, Renzo Piano, Jean Nouvel, I don't know, so all these big guys. And we never actually, like, Yugoslavian legacy of architecture was not taught. So, you know, like I was in the place that these things are now in MoMA and here and there, but, you know, like you grew up in this context, but you are not taught this kind of histories. And then I was activist of in two different collectives, one conscious of objection, like against military service in Bosnia. And then the other one was a feminist collective or group of friends in that time, that today is kind of more, how to say, formal everything. And this is, with these people, actually, I learned what I want from architecture, because it's not something, I don't think it's given and that someone can teach you. I think at least my generation, or I suppose the people that are with me now talking, had to take their space, you know, had to make it to be able to work on the themes. And I always say about future architecture, when I graduated in 2006, I proposed to my colleagues from university to do similar things, and they told me, find yourself a job, you know. But now we have the whole platform of people doing architecture in different way and thinking together about, you know, like different contexts and taking different agency. And also, I have to be honest, I never had role model in that sense, because faculties of architecture are very instrumentalized towards, you know, like male and capitalist real estate projects. Maybe now less, because I also teach, and I taught in three different schools at the end, but it's still very conservative, I have to say. And I was a student, I met Marietta Sapotrč, and she had an exhibition in Sarajevo, and I have to say I still believe today that she also kind of helped me to make that way. And recently we met at the Venice Biennale in 2016 or 18 at the Lithuanian Pavilion. And it was amazing because we didn't see since 15 years, and then we are meeting again, and like she's still doing her thing, and even like in another way, but then we had new things to discuss and new politics to exchange, and it was really nice. So in that sense, I think that this project is also very, very valuable, because yeah, I could see Merve today and we didn't see for a long time. So it's online. Maite, I met also in Šibenik, I think, because I came to at that future architecture gathering as well. So yeah, I was at 3 or 4 years in a row guest somehow, in this specific work. So yeah, thanks a lot, really.
I think it's very relevant what you said about the context, Armina, that we are living in different contexts, but at the same time, listening to Merve at the beginning, it's to be understand that the context is changing very rapidly these days. And yesterday we worked in a different context than we work today, and I think that we cannot always look back and learn from the past anymore in the way that it was possible maybe a decade ago. So it's even more important to connect in this way through projects like this, because this is one of the most important ways to produce knowledge today, to learn from each other, to learn from different contexts of today. Maybe to conclude, where do you see the value of networks like this in the future? It's a question for everyone.
I can kick off. Oh no, Johnny, you go.
Yeah, I wanted to say that I think that if you have like a lot of things to deal with as a platform, but if you manage to keep the same, what you call chaos, or same complexity, that will be the most important thing to keep it as fluid, than it was, and not trying to reduce it and to name everything, but to keep, and that will be, I guess, up to you for that, but also up to us alumni, right? But
Merve.
Yeah, I mean, I loved it. I loved it. Thank you so much for saying that. I also just taking on from what was told before, the center and the periphery is also relative. Right? I mean, you can be at center and you can be at periphery at the same time. This complexity, maybe a little bit against modernism, if I may say, and against the idea of Bauhaus, if I may say, is something to continue to work on.
Yes.
And on those terms, I truly believe that transformation happens at the periphery. Transformation happens from the periphery, through the periphery, by the periphery, and something just very practical, to keep it very practical. I really admire what the Future Architecture Platform has done throughout these years and throughout all the partners and collaborators. And I truly appreciate that. It's actually something Europe-wise, I think it is actually periphery, what the Future Architecture Platform talks about. And it is maybe itself periphery. But as I said, like I take it as a value. And something to work on more, and on those terms, and because it is also the other thing that I really appreciate about the EU are specific things like the Erasmus program or the Concerto program, where people actually did things, and there was like money to actually do things. So these are like parts that I think kind of can be pushed further. And to be again, like just to continue on that idea of practicality, I'm constantly thinking, like curious how things can be actualized further. That's one thing, and then the other thing is like, could Future Architecture Platform itself, and maybe it's already doing this, inform Brussels, inform EU about this kind of opinions, ideas, knowledge, and common thoughts that are produced. That's where I see it. But I mean, I don't know how much. I hope I was able to express enough my love for Future Architecture Platform.
Thank you, Merve. Paola, what do you think?
I think that future architecture platform, like the biennials that Mao has organized and hosted in the last years, have really set the standard for the risks that institutions should be more willing to take. Perhaps also because they have the best insurance among the involved people. And yeah, and as it has been said already, like, Future Architecture Platform invested a lot of energies and resources and time in ideas, in messy processes, rather than in safe items for a good exhibition. And I think that's invaluable. And that's also something that that was unique when it happened, and that maybe influenced also the ways that I hopefully is influencing the ways that other institutions are now taking more risks, perhaps, and trying to be more daring.
Or just inclusive, no?
Yeah. No, I think that the real globalization will happen when we really start to collaborate, and this is just starting. I'm really happy that you were all here with us. James, any final thoughts from you?
Yes, I wrote a small poem. Can I read it, Matevž?
Please.
It's really short. From global structures to the scale of an object, culture is made up by wrinkles in society. Dispose of the steamer and embrace the crease. Crumple and rumple and fold and gather, unite and speculate. Cruise on the gradated fumes of history, but avoid consuming its charge. Occasionally follow rather than always lead. Deplete ego rather than veil conceit. Unfailingly depart from a point of vulnerability. For pliancy, messiness is a strength. So
Thank
there
you.
we are. That's
well. Your words really fill me with optimism, although we were punished in a way for taking too many risks, and Mao has a new director. But I think we'll continue. The great interest in projects and the project that people are submitting every year reinforce my belief that there is a need for such an interinstitutional and international and interconnecting things, so to say. So I would like to thank everyone, you for being here at the last session, to all the moderators and speakers in this year's Creative Exchange and in the past 5. And I would also like to thank the team here in Mao. We spent our time in solitude, so to say, this year here in the castle on the courtyard, while enjoying the great conversations with you, but taking breaks on the empty courtyard. They are all here with me. Come to the stage, please. So you will see I was not completely alone in the museum here on the stage. So thank you, everyone, and see you at the first event of the European Architecture Program that happens soon in April. Bye-bye.
Doji, Dođi mi tiho ko vetar blag. Dođi kad padne noć, moj dragi. Vetar nek nosi glas, hitro kroz prašumu tamnu. Dođi kad padne noć, moj dragi. Jer ljubav to je miris belog cveća, nežan dodir krila plave ptice. Jer ljubav to je patnja ili sreća, oluja ili vetrić tihi blag. Odođi, odođi, srce drhti sad, odođi, odođi, ko toplog vetra dah. Kroz šumu plavih ptica korak ti je lak, i prvi dodir usana će biti plah i blag. Jer ljubav to je žubor tamne reke, milovanje zalazećeg sunca. Jer ljubav to je patnja ili sreća, oluja ili vetrić tihi blag. Odođi, odođi, srce drhti sad, odođi, odođi, ko toplog vetra dah. Kroz miris belog cveća korak ti je lak, i laki dodir usana će biti plah i blag. Džikala moheni dijahama, džikala moheni dijahama, o džikala moheni dijahama, džikala moheni dijahama. Odođi, odođi, srce drhti sad, odođi, odođi, ko toplog vetra dah. Kroz šumu plavih ptica korak ti je lak, i prvi dodir usana će biti plah i blag. O džikala moheni dijahama, džikala moheni dijahama, o džikala moheni dijahama, o džikala moheni dijahama. Odođi, odođi, srce drhti sad, odođi, odođi, ko toplog vetra dah. Kroz šumu plavih ptica korak ti je lak, i prvi dodir usana će biti plah i blag. Dođi kad padne mrak, dođi mi tiho ko vetar blag. Dođi kad padne noć, moj dragi. Manamiri tumamina ne tumedogo sokulala. Wala sa moko kanane ye. Manamiri kone yenyana tuye mabe akonye. Kaso lema banaisa. La ila 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 la.
ein Baum erblüht in meinem Garten der Fantasie. Er trägt die Frucht und trotzdem Wind, wie noch nie in meinem Garten der Fantasie. Die Rosen schwarz, goldener Sekt. Ich frage mich, wie die Frucht schmeckt. In meinem Garten, in meinem Garten, in meinem Garten der Fantasie.
mene. Nebo jen tak bliže. Pesme tvoje uveklíče. Na zlaté dáne poslekyše. Želím, da si pored mene. Nebo jen tak bliže. Pesme tvoje uveklíče. Na zlaté dáne poslekyše. Postojím za tebe, udýšem za tebe, uvek si kraj mene, uvek si tu ulice, sebe dajem im tvoje ime, snaga je, unava san je tu, sam ja. Postojím za tebe, udýšem za tebe, uvek si kraj mene, uvek si tu ulice, sebe dajem im tvoje ime, snaga je, unava san je tu, sam jak, u njemu ti jak, kapnje mrak, sa tvojih ustana plače noć, od naših pogleda, san je jak, u njemu ti jak. Ja sam stanar tvoje duše. Zle su reči tako smešne oko nas kada se ruše. Postojim za tebe, udišem za tebe, uvek si kraj mene, uvek si tu. Ulice su bele, dajem im tvoje ime, snaga je u nama, san je tu, san je jak, u njemu ti jak, kapnje mrak, sa tvojih ustana plače noć, od naših pogleda.
svet kada ti si kraj mene tu. Ja ne tražim sad ništa osim dragog pogleda tvog. Više ja nisam tužna jer sam pronašla tebe tu. Priđi, priđi i šapni nežno da ćeš ostati moj. Zagrli me sad nežno, ljubavi moja, jer prolaze dani, o ljubavi moja. Želim bit uvek, ljubavi moja, uz tebe. Baš me briga za svet kada ti si kraj mene. Ja ne tražim sad ništa osim dragog pogleda tvog. Baš me briga za sve kada si kraj mene. Ljubavi moja, o ljubavi moja, ljubavi moja. Baš me briga za svet kada ti si kraj mene tu. Ja ne tražim sad ništa osim dragog pogleda tvog. Ma baš me briga za sve kada si kraj mene. Kada si kraj mene. Kada si kraj mene.
Paul Johnson, DJ Funk, DJ Sneak, DJ Rush, Wax Master, Hyperactive, Jamin Gerald, Brian Wilson, George Clinton, Len Lewis, Ashley Beadle, Neil Lindstrom, Kenny Doe, DJ Hell, Louis Vega, Alexi, Dr. Dre is in the house, yeah. Amanda in the house. Gemini is in the house. Jeff Mills is in the house. DJ Dion, DJ Milton, DJ Slugo, DJ's on the low. Green Velvet, Joey Beltran, DJ Ash, Roy Davis, Drew Williams, DJ Tonga, DJ Snow, DJ Pierre, Mike Dillon in the house, yeah. Todd Edwards in the house, Ramen Tony in the house, CVO in the house, Luke Slater, Derek Connor, Robert Hood, Paris Mitchell, Dave Clark is in the house, Van Helden in the house, Amanda in the house, Sir John is in the house, yeah.
Dolazim u grad moje mladosti,
dugom ulicom želja i sna, ali nikoga tu ne nalazim u tom gradu. Neko drugi zna. More moga sna reke napuštaju. U tom moru postojim samo ja. Nikada više tvoje lice ja ljubim šolja večna. Svake noći na hladnome nebu ispucala visi luna. Padoh i prasak mi promeni život, razbi se šolja večna. Svake noći na hladnome nebu ispucala visi luna. Prasak mi promeni život, razbi se šolja večna. Svake noći na hladnome nebu ispucala visi luna. Padoh i prasak mi promeni život, razbi se šolja večna. Svake noći na hladnome nebu ispucala visi luna.
Sam ja čitao Ahmadeva, nekad bi se čudila mojim pesmama, nije mi dopuštala da se zavaram. Godina ništa nije donijela, kao da se zbunila ili se trudala. Nama nova godina ništa nije donijela, po nebu smo tražili svetlost vostoka. Imala je snažnije ruke nego ja, imala je snažnije ruke nego ja. Nije mi dozvolila da je savladam, nije mi dopustila da je savladam. play. The other guys know the game to play. Watching her, watching me, I'm getting brave. Oh, taking the ball, say,